event shortly. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. I also request you to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to announce that our event is being live streamed for those unable to attend in person. A galaxy of delegates from India and abroad have already joined us through the virtual mode. You may also like to share the information with your friends and colleagues who may be interested to witness the event. They can tune in and join us online. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable dignitaries would be arriving soon. So namaskar to all of you. I, Madhurima Madhav, Joint Director BIS, would be your host for this event, and it is indeed an honor for me to welcome you all to this G20 Dialogue, Standards Dialogue 2023, focusing on the vital topic of zero defect, zero effect. One of the key deliverables of G20 India presidency for the Trade and Investment Working Group is to hold G20 Standards Dialogue. Accordingly, in the G20 Trade and Investment Ministerial Meeting held in August 2023 at Jaipur, it was agreed upon by all the G20 Trade and Investment Ministers to hold a G20 Standards Dialogue in 2023 by the India presidency. The objective is to bring together members, policy makers, regulators, standard-setting bodies, and other stakeholders to discuss topics of common interest, such as good regulatory practices and standards. Now, today's topic, as you all know, is zero defect, zero effect. It is the quality assurance concept which emphasizes products and services with no defects and minimal environment impact. This completely aligns with India's Make in India initiative, as well as promoting high-quality manufacturing while reducing waste and emissions. It strives for excellence, benefiting industries, consumers, and the environment. In this two-day event, the opening ceremony will be followed by 3 technical sessions on the topical subjects of sustainability, good regulatory practices, and stakeholder engagement. This would be followed by the concluding session in which the national standards bodies of G20 members and invitees will give remarks on the theme of the dialogue. This platform will indeed provide the delegates an opportunity to join together in exploring quality and sustainability and driving positive change for a brighter future. With that background, we would now like to display some of our videos on the recent initiatives by BIS in this area, as well as a new initiative to sensitize the young generation, the children of the country, towards the quality ecosystem. So, till the time those videos are getting ready, we would like to play our BIS song. So, standards mean Manak in Hindi and song is Geet. Now, the BIS song called Manak Geet will be rendered.
सूरज, सारे सागर,
सारा अंबर, सारे तारे,
उत्सव हो हम सबका जीवन,
संकल्प हमारा है,
पाथे सभी के सपनों का,
लेकर हमें आगे बढ़ना है।
कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, नई राह बनानी है। सोच नई संधान, नए कौशल के नए आयाम,
हम जहाँ चले जिस और चले, हम कदम हमारे हो,
आकाश को गाना है,
विश्वास जगाना है, हर इंद्रधनुष सुंदर जगमग धरती पर लाना है।
कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, नई राह बनानी है।
Manak Geet, with its uplifting lyrics and melody, fosters unity, boosts morale, and fuels all of us dedication to our mission. Now, the next video being played is on BIS first.
इन एक एकीकृत पोर्टल है जो डेटा प्रबंधन और एनालिसिस के अध्ययन टूल से युक्त है और संगठन की हर एक गतिविधि की रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग सुनिश्चित करता है। अब हर नए मानक का निर्धारण और पुराने का पुनरीक्षण एक सुकल्पित शोध प्रक्रिया पर आधारित है। हम एक्शन रिसर्च को मानकीकरण का अभिन्न अंग मानते हैं। BIS मानकीकरण हेतु अब अलग खांचे में बटा हुआ संगठन नहीं है। समग्र संगठन की अवधारणा के अनुरूप इसमें कार्यरत प्रत्येक साइंटिफिक और तकनीकी ऑफिसर मानक निर्धारण और पुनरीक्षण से जुड़ा हुआ है। हर नए और पुनरीक्षित मानक को संबद्ध स्टेक होल्डर्स के बीच विधिवत प्रस्तुत करने और मानकों के मसौदों पर विमर्श को गहन और व्यापक बनाने के एक प्रभावी मंच के रूप में परिकल्पना की गई है। मानक मंथन की मानकों पर चर्चा अब केवल ब्यूरो के मुख्यालय में टेक्निकल कमेटियों में ही नहीं, वरन इसके 38 शाखा कार्यालयों में हर एक माह होती है। मानकों के प्रति तकनीकी और पेशेवर शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हमारे विद्यार्थियों का ज्ञान बढ़े और हमारे तकनीकी शिक्षा संस्थान मानक निर्धारण की प्रक्रिया और आवश्यक शोध कार्य में सहभागी बने। इस उद्देश्य से हमने IITs और अन्य महत्वपूर्ण संस्थानों में चेयर ऑन स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन स्थापित करने का निर्णय लिया। हर्ष का विषय ये है कि तकनीकी शिक्षा के हमारे दिग्गज संस्थानों ने इसे हाथों हाथ लिया है। समाज में मानकों का महत्व गुणवत्ता की मांग पर आधारित है। नई उदीयमान पीढ़ी को गुणवत्ता के विमर्श से जोड़ने के प्रयास के रूप में माध्यमिक विद्यालयों एवं महाविद्यालयों में स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब गठित किए जा रहे हैं। 6,738 से ज्यादा क्लब्स का गठन हो चुका है और 1,78,200 से अधिक छात्र इनसे जुड़ चुके हैं। हमारे लघु और सूक्ष्म उद्योग अधिक से अधिक मानकों का अनुसरण करें और कंफर्मिटी असेसमेंट से जुड़े। इस हेतु किए गए प्रयासों में उल्लेखनीय है निशुल्क उत्पाद आधारित अल्पावधि प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम। पिछले वर्ष से अब तक कुल 404 प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन किया जा चुका है और परिणाम उत्साहजनक हैं। इसी लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम छात्रों, शिक्षकों और लघु तथा सूक्ष्म उद्योगों से जुड़े लोगों के लिए प्रयोगशालाओं तथा फैक्ट्रीज में एक्सपोजर विजिट्स भी आयोजित कर रहे हैं। हमारी प्रयोगशालाएं अब केवल उत्पादों के परीक्षण ही नहीं बल्कि प्रशिक्षण के केंद्रों के रूप में विकसित हो रही हैं। हमारी विश्वसनीयता तभी बढ़ेगी जब हम लाइसेंस हेतु प्राप्त आवेदनों का त्वरित और कालबद्ध निष्पादन सुनिश्चित करें। सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के प्रयोग और प्रोसेस री इंजीनियरिंग के माध्यम से हम ये सुनिश्चित कर पाए हैं कि सिंप्लीफाइड प्रक्रिया के तहत प्राप्त 100% आवेदनों का निष्पादन निर्धारित समय सीमा यानी 1 माह के अंदर हो जाए। नॉर्मल प्रक्रिया के तहत प्राप्त आवेदनों के संबंध में भी समयबद्ध निष्पादन का प्रतिशत 95% तक पहुंच चुका है। हमने अपने शाखा कार्यालयों और उनमें कार्यरत अधिकारियों के लिए दक्षता सूचकांक आधारित निगरानी एवं मूल्यांकन प्रक्रिया लागू की है। उपभोक्ता हितों की रक्षा के उद्देश्य से हम मानक बनाते हैं जो कि उत्पादों की गुणवत्ता और सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हैं। इन्हीं मानकों के आधार पर गुणवत्ता नियंत्रण आदेश QCO जारी किए जाते हैं। QCO सभी संबंधित निर्माताओं, विक्रेताओं, आयातकों के लिए BIS लाइसेंस तथा उत्पाद पर स्टैंडर्ड चिन्ह को अनिवार्य करता है। इसी क्रम में उपभोक्ताओं की सुरक्षा तथा उत्पाद गुणवत्ता को ध्यान में रखते हुए हाल ही में कई सामान्य उपभोक्ता वस्तुओं पर भी QCO जारी किए गए हैं, जैसे कि छत के पंखे, खाना पकाने के बर्तन, जूते चप्पल, पानी की बोतल, लाइटर इत्यादि भी शामिल हैं। और हम जानते हैं अभी कई नए मुकाम हासिल करने हैं, कई नई इबारतें लिखनी हैं। बदलते देश के साथ हमें भी बदलना है।
As the video just being displayed was in Hindi for our international participants, just to explain them in short, basically through this video we tried to display our recent initiatives such as Manak Manthan, Quality Connect. Under this Manak Manthan, the standard setting process is no longer within the ambit of the technical committees. We have taken it to the reach of all these stakeholders through our regional offices and branch offices. So every document which is issued for public comments, it is being also discussed at those levels. Another is a standards club, that is another initiative of BIS to bring a quality, to sensitize the youth and the children about the quality ecosystem. So as you just saw, we have around 7,000 standards club established in the various schools, and around 2 lakh children have been sensitized. They are now connected with BIS. So these are some of the initiatives which we have taken to strengthen for the stakeholder engagement and to strengthen the standardization system. Now the next video being played is on the standards club.
उपभोक्ताओं के अधिकारों की रक्षा और अर्थव्यवस्था को विश्व स्तरीय बनाने के लिए मानकों और गुणवत्ता के प्रति समाज में जागरूकता एवं संवेदनशीलता आवश्यक है। यदि नई उदीयमान पीढ़ी को इसके लिए प्रेरित किया जाए तो समाज में यह जागृति लाना आसान हो सकता है। इस विजन के तहत भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो ने शैक्षणिक संस्थानों में स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब बनाने की अभूतपूर्व पहल की है। देश भर में भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो के सभी शाखा कार्यालय स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब की स्थापना विभिन्न शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं में कर रहे हैं। न्यूनतम 15 छात्र और एक विज्ञान शिक्षक मेंटर के रूप में एक स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब का गठन करते हैं। वर्तमान में इन स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लबों की संख्या 3,500 से ऊपर पहुंच चुकी है और इनके सदस्यों की संख्या 85,000 से अधिक है। स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लबों को सुचारू रूप से चलाने में मेंटर शिक्षक की अहम भूमिका होती है। अतः BIS स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब के इन मेंटर्स को 2 दिवसीय आवासीय प्रशिक्षण देता है, जिनमें उन्हें स्टैंडर्ड्स और गुणवत्ता की अवधारणाओं और छात्रों को सिखाए जाने वाली विभिन्न गतिविधियों से परिचित कराया जाता है। इन स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लबों के माध्यम से छात्र छात्राओं को गुणवत्ता और मानकों के मूल्यों से अवगत कराने के लिए मानक लेखन, वाद विवाद, प्रश्नोत्तरी आदि जैसे विभिन्न गतिविधियों की प्रतियोगिता कराई जाती है। साथ ही साथ इन्हें औद्योगिक एक्सपोजर द्वारा भी कराया जाता है। इन स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लबों की उपयोगिता का प्रमाण है कि इनके युवा सदस्य अपने अपने संस्थानों एवं सोशल मीडिया पर मानक और गुणवत्ता के वीडियो बनाकर और नुक्कड़ नाटक आदि के माध्यम से समाज में मानक और गुणवत्ता के प्रति जागरूकता लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। BIS और विद्यालयों के बीच ये नई शुरुआत निरंतर मजबूत हो रही है। स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लबों का बढ़ता दायरा समाज में मानकों और गुणवत्ता के प्रति व्यापक जागरूकता लाएगा और देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को राष्ट्र की अपेक्षाओं के अनुकूल नया आयाम देगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs will take some more time in arriving. So we will begin with the program. Respected Commerce Secretary, Government of India, Mr. Sunil Barthwal, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, Excellencies, IEC Secretary General, Mr. Philip Metzer, ISO Secretary General Mr. Sergio Moica, who is attending the event virtually, Director ITU Mr. Sizo Ono, who is also participating in virtual mode, Director General Bureau of Indian Standards Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Special Secretary Department of Consumer Affairs Ms. Nidhi Khare, distinguished delegates from G20 countries attending the event in physical and virtual mode, dignitaries from the ministries and stakeholders from various interest groups, esteemed guests, colleagues, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from India and namaskar to all of you. Today, we all have assembled here for this G20 Standards Dialogue 2023, focusing on the topic of zero defect, zero effect. I would request the dignitaries to kindly come onto the dais. I would like to request Director General BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, to welcome Commerce Secretary, Government of India, Mr. Sunil Barthwal, with a shawl and a potted plant. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. I would now like to request him to welcome Secretary Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, with a shawl and a potted plant. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. I now request DGBIS to kindly welcome IEC Secretary General Mr. Philip Metzer with a shawl and a potted plant to symbolize our hospitality and respect for his visit to India. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. Moving forward, Director General BIS, Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, is an officer of Indian Administrative Services of Assam and Meghalaya cadre. He has a long and varied experience ranging from grassroots program implementation to macro-level policy work at provincial and national levels. The various sectors in which he has worked include education, social welfare, human resource, revenue, finance, disaster management, and food and public distribution. He is DGBIS since October 2019.
Thank you. I cut it short. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the G20 Standards Dialogue 2023. I thank you all for being with us here today. I warmly welcome Shri Sunil Barthwal, Secretary, Department of Commerce, Shri Rohit Kumar Singh, Secretary, Consumer Affairs, Mrs. Nidhi Khare, Special Secretary, Consumer Affairs, Mr. Philip Metzer, Secretary General, IEC, Mr. Sergio Moica, Secretary General, ISO, and Mr. Sijo Ono, Director, ITU, who have joined us in virtual mode. I would also like to extend a warm greeting to our esteemed delegates, experts, and stakeholders from around the world. Your presence here today reflects the commitment and dedication we share towards fostering international cooperation in the realm of standard development. This dialogue serves as a crucial platform to engage in meaningful discussion, exchange insights, and explore innovative approaches to address the challenges that lie ahead. The theme Zero Defect, Zero Effect encapsulates the pressing need to create superior products while minimizing their environmental footprint. Our deliberations will be centered on the critical importance of standards in advancing sustainability across various sectors, promoting conscientious consumption and production practices, and alleviating the adverse impacts of climate change. We are committed to creating robust regulatory frameworks which not only enhance market efficiency, but also ensure that products meet the most stringent safety and quality criteria. As we embark on this journey over the next 2 days, I encourage you all to actively engage in the dialogue and share your experiences. Let us work together to strengthen the foundation of global standards, driving progress, innovation, and prosperity for all. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for being a part of this G20 Standards Dialogue 2023, and once again extend a warm welcome to you to the G20 Standards Dialogue 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Next, we have with us Secretary Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh. He is an officer of Indian Administrative Service of Rajasthan Cadre. After graduating in electrical engineering from IIT BHU, he completed Masters in Computer Engineering from Clarkson University, New York, USA, before joining the IAS. It is my honor to request Secretary Consumer Affairs, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh ji, to kindly deliver the special address. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My friend and colleague Sunil Barthwalji, Commerce Secretary, Mr. Tiwari, Director General BIS, Mr. Philippe Metzer, Secretary General IEC, Secretary General ISO, who is joined virtually, but we cannot see him now, Special Secretary in my ministry, Nidhi Khareji, all the distinguished delegates present here, all the members from the industry, my colleagues from the ministry and the BIS. I'm very happy to welcome you on behalf of Government of India to this event. It's a very important event, and I would like to emphasize on the theme of G20, which our Prime Minister has so forcefully pushed throughout the G20 year that is going to come to an end next month. One Earth, one family, and one future. We are now in times, and we see what is happening around the world in terms of geopolitical conflicts. I think this is the most relevant theme now, that we have to think of the world as one family, one earth and one future. And I think standards which reflect our collective wisdom across the world, they have a way to fulfill our dream to move towards one earth, one family and one future. I am Secretary Department of Consumer Affairs, so I look at standards from the point of view of the consumer. When you sell something to the consumer, when a seller sells something to the consumer, what is the consumer looking at? He's looking at the right quality, the right quantity. He should be treated fairly. There should be no unfair trading practices. And in case something goes wrong, he should have a mechanism of redressal of those grievances. And I think the most important part is the quality. And standards fulfill that. Once he or she sees that stamp of quality, there is an immediate comfort level, there is an immediate assurance that this product is going to fulfill the quality requirements. In addition to quality, there are issues like public safety, personal safety, that are also taken care by the standards. Not just for the consumer, for the purpose we are sitting here and in the context of G20, standards also provide us a way to facilitate seamless global trade. The world is increasingly becoming globalized, if not globalized, fully localized. There are now regional There are regions where trade is happening seamlessly, and even there, standards have to play a very important role in terms of facilitating this trade seamlessly. Zero defect, zero effect was emphasized by DGBIS. It's so important, very important for emerging economies like India, because unless we are able to fulfill the obligation of zero defect, we will not become competitive in international trade. While we do all that, I think when we look ahead in future, we have to adopt an inclusive approach to standardization. We can't have a prescriptive kind of approach. We have to listen to all the stakeholders. We have to sit together, gain that collective expertise, and then decide on a common standards which will fulfill the purpose for which standards are set. The practices have to be, regulatory practices have to be good, they have to be fair, they have to be transparent, and they should treat everyone equally if they are deploying the standards in a seamless way. There is also a role of standards in achieving the SDGs, and it's a powerful tool. If you talk of sustainability, there is a lot of talk of promoting and pushing circular economy. So if you look at how to achieve circular economy, my view is that it will take three to tango: the consumer, the regulator, and the producer. And unless all three of us are on the same page, we will not be able to push sustainability or circular economy. Now, the only way that all three can be on the same page is when there are standards which are equally understood by all three. I'll give you a small example. Many countries have banned single-use plastic. Now, okay, if you ban a product, it's bad for environment, but what is the alternative? So is a biodegradable plastic, is the biodegradable equivalent of a plastic the alternative? Then how does the consumer know that this is biodegradable enough? That is the place where you need standards, because the industry also wants to know that, okay, how will I be able to convince not only the consumer but the regulator that this is a biodegradable product which will conform to the requirements of circular economy. So by giving this example, I just want to emphasize that unless standards are firmly in place, our dream of achieving SDGs and sustainable world will not happen. And of course, we have to look ahead in future. We have to build standards from tomorrow. I'm very glad that Secretary General IEC is here. This world is increasingly becoming dependent on technology. And we just saw 2 days back what President Biden has signed in terms of an executive order for artificial intelligence. And yesterday and today, there is an event happening in UK it's called AI for the World, where world leaders have gathered in UK to set a paradigm for the artificial intelligence to grow. Here also, the standards of AI will become very important. Standards while developing AI products, standards while deploying AI products, standards for consumer to benchmark the AI products. So I think when we look in the future, the role of standards, smart standards or otherwise, will become increasingly important. That is why this conference, this gathering is very important. We have stakeholders from all over, and it's good that we sit across the same table and decide as to how standards will shape our collective future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address, inspiring each one of us present here to move towards one earth, one family, one future, and the important role being played by standards towards achieving this by ensuring personal safety, public safety, environment safety, and sustainability in large. Next, we have with us Commerce Secretary, Government of India, Mr. Sunil Barthwal. He is an Indian Administrative Services Officer of Bihar cadre. He is a postgraduate in economics from St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and holds an MA Economics from JNU, Delhi. He has held the post of Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, before joining Department of Commerce. It is my privilege to request Secretary Mr. Sunil Bartwal to kindly deliver this special address. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. My esteemed colleague, Mr. Rohit Singh, DG BIS, I think he has moved out, Mr. Tiwari, our special guest from IEC Secretary General, Mr. Philip Metzger. I think two more standard setting bodies heads have also joined virtually, Mr. Sergio Mujica and Mr. Ciezo Ono. Special Secretary Nidhi Khare, our Additional Secretary from Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Piyush Goyal, the dignitaries who have come from different countries and from different organizations, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, let me just give you a slight background of how this is happening. In fact, when G20 presidency came to India, and there is a trade and investment working group which works on the trade issues, we took up some deliverables on various trade aspects. And one of the important issues which we thought is important for us to touch upon is how the regulators talk to each other. Because under G20, we saw that the governments were talking to each other, at least all the governments which are part of the G20 group, including the invitee countries, and there were about more than 40 such different countries and groups. But we realized that regulators which are behind the trade regulation, standard setting, conformity assessment, they perhaps also need a dialogue to happen. And when we discussed this issue in G20, we realized one very important fact, that perhaps regulators talk to each other, but perhaps in a very small grouping related to certain products, but it does not happen in the sense that, the whole global regulators, they come together. So in fact, I'm really very happy to see that this dream coming true, and perhaps this is for the first time after a G20 presidentship, that a concept of a regulatory dialogue which takes place among all the regulators, perhaps this is only a beginning. I'm not saying that all the regulators may be here today, but what I feel that this beginning has been made by India. And I'm very happy to see that at least 3-4 very important regulators are here, and there are more than 30-40 international delegates who are present here, and they are discussing on these issues. Now let me just focus on, and I understand that there is a good program which has been chalked out, because there will be different sessions in which these issues will be deliberated. But let me just give you why we feel as G20 countries, as a globe, that why this regulatory dialogue is so important. If you look at the global trade, which has reached about $25 trillion in 2022, and WTO says that by 2025, it will reach, say, $30 trillion. India's own export target for 2030 is about $2 trillion. And it is also being recognized that when you look at the global trade, 70% of the global trade is happening through the global value chains, that is the GVCs. Components move from one country to another. In fact, even if a small shoe which is produced, there are about 90 components. If an iPhone is produced, there are about 1,000 components.
And they are coming from 24 countries. Now, unless and until the standards within the value chain as well as outside the value chain are such that there is a conformity, I think this value chain cannot grow. And as my colleague from Consumer Affairs, Secretary Rohit Singh was talking about, that from the consumer's perspective, it also brings in, and it breaks, in fact, that information asymmetry, which is there about different products, because all the products are in competition to each other. And therefore, we thought that when standard setting happens, many times there are international organizations which are doing the standard setting. Maybe, for example, if you look at for the SPS and measures particularly, you will find that Codex is an international standard. But more often what is happening is that different countries and different sets of countries are setting their own standards. And we also looked at that there is a north-south divide in terms of the global trade. And many times, if you look from the point of view of the producers as well as the exporters, you will find that they are in great difficulty, not because of the standards, but because how the standards get implemented. So on the one hand, there are standard setting bodies. Again, there may not be full coherence in what they are doing. At the same time, when you look at the compliance mechanism, you will find that the compliance ecosystem is also very, very fragmented. Not only fragmented, but also there is no collaboration. And many times what we have seen that if you look at drug administration particularly, so we welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs to this dialogue. And let me continue and then we will go for lamp lighting. So what I was talking about is that if you look at the compliance ecosystem, starting from the testing to issue of certification, you will find that there are huge gaps, not only in terms of delays which are happening, not only in terms of the cost implications of it, in terms of the fee which is charged, also in terms of a ship loaded with goods, it arrives at offshore and it gets returned because those products are not found as per the standards of the importing country. And there is a huge trade cost which gets built in. And therefore, not only the export suffers, but the whole trade suffers. The entrepreneur suffers, the producers suffer. And therefore, the task before us is that how to improve not only the standard setting of different products, but also how to set up testing ecosystem, how to set up the conformity ecosystem, and how to see that trade does not suffer because of these standards. If you look at the current bilateral treaties which we are doing with different countries, you will find that we are touching upon these issues, because we feel that there has to be a conformity assessment between the two sets of standard setting bodies. Many times when we sign our FTAs, it is left to the governments, and the governments leave it to the regulators. And if you find the end result that things do not move forward. So I'm very sure that after this conference and after this regulatory dialogue, which we have initiated, things will start moving up and there will be much more collaboration among the standard setting bodies. Another impression which is being created in the field of trade, which normally the stakeholders talk about, is that if you look at the global north and the global south, you will find that although tariff barriers have come down, trade flow is much more easy these days. But there is a rise in non-tariff barriers. Standards were supposed to be non-tariff measures. Standards were supposed to be, as Secretary Consumer Affairs said, to look at the interest of the consumers, to see that consumers get the right kind of product. But gradually what we are seeing is that non-tariff measures are becoming non-tariff barriers. So I think that will be another issue which we need to discuss among ourselves, that how can standards should not be seen as non-tariff barriers, but some kind of non-tariff measure perhaps, which can result in optimal output or optimal results for both consumers as well as producers. So I will not take much of your time because Honorable Minister is already here. I would only urge all of you that being the first of such kind regulatory dialogue which is happening internationally in India, in Delhi, and we are hoping that this dialogue should continue over a period of time. In fact, when we deliberated in G20, we decided so, that let it happen this time in Delhi. Next time it can happen in Brazil, which is taking over the presidency next year from 1st of December, and then gradually moves on. And this becomes a forum not only for the G20 countries, but also becomes a forum, global forum of regulatory dialogue. So my best wishes to all of you, and I really hope and I'm very sure that this regulatory dialogue will become a landmark in the field of regulation, in the field of standard setting, in the field of conformity assessment, in the field of testing, and in the field of trade. Because if this becomes the right oil for the trade system, I think a lot of restrictive trade conditions will come down, lot of restrictions within the trade will come down, and it will help us take the trade to $30 trillion in 2025 for the world and $2 trillion for India by 2030. Thank you so much.
It is my honor to welcome Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Mr. Ashwini Kumar Chaubey. Before we move forward for the lighting of lamp, I would just like to summarize what Secretary Sir just said. He highlighted the need for working unitedly with the international standard setting bodies for strengthening global value chains. He also highlighted that the standards should not become non-tariff barriers for bringing optimal output for consumers and producers. With that, I now request all the honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly gather for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. This Indian tradition signifies the illumination of knowledge and the dispelling of darkness, reminding us that wisdom transcends all boundaries. It's my privilege to invite the honorable dignitaries on the dais to do the honors. Thank you, sirs, for your invaluable presence and for the honor you bring to this occasion. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed dignitaries for leading this auspicious beginning. Let the radiance of the lamp symbolize the brightness of our shared vision, and may it guide us on our journey of knowledge and discovery throughout this event. We look forward to the wisdom and inspiration that will emanate from this symbolic gesture. I now request Director General Mr. Pramod Kumar Tiwari to kindly welcome Minister of State with a potted plant and a shawl. Next, we have with us Mr. Philip Metzger. He is the Secretary General and the Chief Executive Officer of the International Electrotechnical Commission since February 2020. Prior to joining IEC, he was Director General of the Swiss Federal Office of Communications. Mr. Metzger was also previously Deputy to the Director of the Development Bureau at the International Telecommunication Union and Director of the European Free Trade Association. Trained as a lawyer, he has issued several publications on the World Trade Organization and competition law. As the CEO of IEC, he is responsible for its day-to-day operations. I would like to request him to kindly deliver this special address and enlighten us with his ideas and experiences. Please, sir.
Honorable Minister of State, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, good afternoon, namaskar. It is a great honor and a great pleasure for me to be given the opportunity to address you on the occasion of the G20 Standards Dialogue, kindly hosted by India, in this very impressive convention center that is Bharat Mandapan. I think we can all feel the G20 spirit and the spirit that we need for our dialogue that starts here and will continue beyond, of course. Most people are familiar with the IEC's role in developing international standards, but maybe less known is the fact that ever since 1974, the IEC has been operating a network of global certification services. These services, the IEC conformity assessment systems, serve as a framework of common rules and methodologies to ensure that professional conformity assessment bodies from around the world work together to deliver consistent and comparable results. Today, I would like to speak to you about this crucially important topic that at times does not get all the attention that it actually deserves. And in doing so, I would like to take into account the backdrop of our common sustainability ambitions and, of course, of the theme of this dialogue, Zero Defect, Zero Effect, which is inspiring our discussions today and tomorrow and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is one of the most pressing challenges of our times. At the IEC, through our standardization work and through the operation of our 4 conformity assessment systems, we strive to work towards one of our key strategic missions of fostering a sustainable world. Let me start with the IEC Quality Assessment System, IECQ, whose scope is being expanded currently to offer new environment-focused green services to support a circular economy and to allow certification to eco-design considerations or verification of a product's carbon footprint claims. Our IEC system for certification to standards relating to equipment for use in explosive atmospheres, we call it IECEX, is playing an increasingly vital role in ensuring safety in the shifting of the global focus on hydrogen and especially on green hydrogen. IECRE, our third system for certification to standards relating to equipment for use in renewable energy applications, aims to facilitate international trade in equipment and services for use in the renewable energy sectors, while maintaining the required level of safety and performance, and it continues to support the transition to renewable energy systems. Last but certainly not least, our biggest conformity assessment system, that for schemes for electrotechnical equipment and components, we call it IECEE, is addressing many different product categories and also includes items like solar photovoltaic parts and modules. Hence, it's relevant for an economy looking for renewable alternatives. I know that India is particularly active and strong in championing initiatives in this field. The International Solar Alliance, initiated by India, which is making significant progress in promoting solar energy across the world, is just one of many examples of India's determination towards sustainability. While IEC's global conformity assessment systems are powerful tools for addressing sustainability, as we have just seen, they also tackle other major challenges of our era. As an example, an IEC task force is currently developing testing and certification services for artificial intelligence to increase trust in this new technology. And I will come back to the very important issue of trust in a minute. The World Trade Organization's TBT agreement recognizes the crucial role that the international standards and conformity assessment play in facilitating international trade by promoting harmonization, transparency, and mutual recognition, and thereby reducing technical barriers and enhancing market access for goods and services worldwide. The IEC conformity assessment systems epitomize the spirit of cooperation, of harmonization, and efficiency on a global scale. They exemplify the IEC's commitment to the values of being trustworthy, of being inclusive, independent, and progressive, as well as our mission to ensure safety, efficiency, reliability, and interoperability in electrical and electronic technologies. The core value offered by the IEC and by its global conformity assessment systems is the establishment of consistent and comparable results, regardless of where they originate in the world. And that allows for mutual recognition because conformity assessment bodies understand that the standards, the rules, and methodologies they employ are consistent and universal. In other words, they trust that they would achieve the same results themselves. Mutual recognition eliminates the need for redundant assessments and duplicating efforts. Therefore, components, services, and products from any corner of the world that have undergone assessment through an IEC conformity assessment system can be relied upon and to conform with the required standards. As many of you gathered here today know from experience in your respective areas, building trust and credibility is absolutely vital in facilitating trade and ultimately also facilitating safe and sustainable exchanges and commerce. With evolving technologies and innovative market trends come uncharted territories. As risks do increase, there may be a need for stronger assurances of conformity. In such cases, certification by competent conformity assessment bodies is indispensable, and the consistent and trusted conformity assessment results from the IEC systems become even more paramount. This operational model is widely considered as a world's best practice, and it is made possible through part of these discussions allows participants to bring their issues to the table and to influence outcomes. I'm concluding. The 4 IEC conformity assessment systems, IEC-EE, IEC-EX, IEC-Q, and IEC-RE, all cater to distinct segments of electrotechnology. Their overarching objective, though, is to simplify global product acceptance by offering a one test, one certification, and where applicable, one mark approach that is valid in all the markets. By doing so, these systems also underpin sustainability. Thank you very much for your kind attention. We look forward to exploring further opportunities for collaboration and strengthening cooperation at this G20 Standards Dialogue. The IEC is working very closely with its sister organizations ISO and ITU under the umbrella of our World Standards Cooperation, WSC, to enable our members, you and your stakeholders, to make things happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Medze, for your enlightening address. You also once again highlighted the need of collaboration for consistent and comparable results. You also highlighted that how your standards, the various IEC standards, are fostering sustainable development, particularly those on green hydrogen, renewable energy, solar photovoltaic equipment, etc. And you also highlighted the need for moving towards one test, one certificate, and one mark. Now, next we have with us Mr. Sergio Musica, who is the Secretary General of International Organization for Standardization. Due to his busy schedule, he could not make it to India, but he is attending the event virtually.
Yes.
Mr. Moika is the Secretary General of ISO since 2017. In 2021, the ISO Council has reappointed him as the Secretary General for a second 5-year term until July 2027. He has also served as the Deputy Secretary General at the World Customs Organization in Brussels from 2010 to 2017 and has held several leadership positions in the government of Chile. Mr. Moika has unique global perspectives of international trade and sustainability. Under his leadership, ISO has approved a new strategy 2030, which is fully aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with a vision of making lives easier, safer, and better. So he has visited India a number of times. We are all so much familiar with him. So we are missing your presence in India, Mr. Moika. Over to you. Over to you, Mr. Moika.
Very well, thank you very much. I would really like to be there with you, but unfortunately I couldn't make it this time. Let me start by recognizing Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Consumer Affairs, of course the Director General of BIS, our member in India, and my colleagues and friends from the IEC and ITU, Philippe and Celso, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first of all, let me start by thanking the government of India and BIS for organizing this G20 Standard Dialogue. I really would like to highlight your leadership. You are a very professional organization, and your vision to add the voice of standards to this year G20. For the World Standards Cooperation composed of IEC, ISO, and ITU. This is a very important event. We've been working together to participate in the G20 since the event in Saudi Arabia, followed by India, Indonesia, and now we continue here in India. I also want to mention the theme for the G20 this year: One Earth, One Family, One Future. This theme is not only inspiring, it's also deeply and directly connected to the effort we're trying to make with the World Standard Cooperation, with IC, ITU, and ISO, trying to harmonize and to improve our collaboration in standard setting. And also, I believe this theme, One Earth, One Family, One Future, is indispensable when we tackle the challenges we are experiencing in the global context. And let me mention just three of them. First of all, a very challenging economic situation as reflected in the latest economic outlook issued by the IMF on the 10th of October. This report not only mentioned that the economic growth will decline from 3.5 this year to 3.0 next year, but what worries me more is the underlying factors for this. The report is titled Navigating Global Divergences. And the reasons for that are persistent inflation, the geopolitical situation that was highlighted before, and a very high level of polarization. So number one, a very challenging economic situation. Number two is something that has been mentioned by the Secretary of Consumers as well as by Philip Metzger, an unprecedented crisis of trust with a very high level of polarization. If we look at the Edelman report that it is issued every year, it is very clear that we have a very difficult situation related to trust. This global survey reflects that only 25% of people would help, to give you an example, their neighbor if they had a different political view. And trust is of the essence if we want to be successful. And people are not trusting institutions and organizations today, and that is our responsibility to rebuild that trust. And the third key element is the so-called triple planetary crisis, composed of climate, of course, where if we look at the latest report of the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we will see that we are clearly off track in achieving our commitments related to climate change. And this is not a problem for the future. This is a problem for today. If we look at, for example, the latest summer, 62,000 people died in Europe because of the heat, or 42 million people displaced every year because of the consequences of climate change. So we need to act now with a strong sense of urgency. The second element of this triple planetary crisis is pollution, with 4.2 people dying every year because of air pollution, and a very well-known situation about plastics, for example. And the third one is biodiversity. In the latest report of the WWF, we can see that in the last 50 years, the world has lost 69% of the biodiversity. And this triple planetary crisis is interconnected, and we need urgently holistic solutions. So it is in this context when we need to ask ourselves, how can we help? And I think that is the main question, and that has to be the mindset for all of us, government, private sector, standard setters. How can we help? Number one, with a joint vision, we need to align ourselves behind the Sustainable Development Goals and to make it sure that we are part of the solution. In the case of ISO, we have define a vision for the organization which is making life easier, safer, and better. It's human-centered. The second way we can help is by putting at the global disposition the core values we believe in. It is not only about the standards that we offer to the world, it's about the process based on collaboration, consensus, decision-making, transparency and inclusivity, and giving voice to developing countries. If we put these values together, we can make a huge contribution in rebuilding trust. And the third way we can help is by using our standards, because there are very concrete economic benefits. We can see that in a number of studies, it's clear that standards support global growth, as well as business, and not only big corporations, as was mentioned before, but also SMEs. And of course, the element of consumers, because consumers are more demanding today. They do not only want to have high quality products at a reasonable price, they also want to be sure that they are part of the solution and not part of the problem. They need to make sure that they are supporting combating global change, climate change, and they are not being part of the problem. So this brings me to the three key topics that will be addressed later today. The first one about sustainability. So through the standards of ISO, IC, and ITU, people can today support our efforts on climate change. So the first element there is readiness. We are ready to support. Please do not reinvent the wheel. Please use standards that already exist. We can also help with conformity assessment, as mentioned by Philippe in his intervention. And of course, in the area of sustainability, capacity building is going to be of the essence. We cannot address the challenges of climate change or sustainability from Geneva or from our headquarters. We need to mobilize the full network of our members and experts. That's the first one. The second one is about technical regulations and good regulatory practices. This was mentioned by the Minister, by the Secretary of Commerce. Public-private partnership is at the core of what we do, starting with the membership. In many countries, the ISO members are government agencies, like India, but in many other countries, the ISO member comes from the private sector. So we need to combine our talent. We need to work together to make sure that we can deliver in this very challenging global context. Standards and regulators are strategic partners. We do not compete. We do not set policies. That's your job as regulators and policymakers. We help you implement your policies. And the three key elements is stakeholder engagement, which is at the core of the value proposition of ISO. All voices must be heard in capturing global needs, in developing new standards, and also in implementing those standards. So stakeholder engagement is of the essence. So to finalize, I'd like to thank again the government of India for organizing this very important event. And I hope that we can continue this dialogue in the future. And I hope we have a very successful rest of the day. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Moika, for rendering your support towards the standardization as well as capacity building. I also thank you for highlighting the triple planetary crisis, climate, pollution, and biodiversity, and the need of all the standard-setting bodies to start working together to address these challenges. Thank you once again. Thank you. Next, we have with us virtually Mr. Cizo One, who is the Director of the Telecommunication Standardization Bureau at the International Telecommunication Union. Mr. One is also attending the event virtually, as I said. He took office as Director of the Telecommunication Standardization Bureau at the ITO on 1st January 2023. He has over 30 years of experience with Japanese mobile operator NTT Docomo. He has served as an Executive Vice President and Chief Standardization Strategy Officer for the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation and a Fellow of NTT Docomo. He has also served as Chief Technology Architect there and as President of its subsidiary, Docomo Technology. As Telecommunication Standardization Bureau Director, he heads the part of ITU responsible for the coordination of technical standards and collaborative standardization processes that enable the interconnection and interoperability of information and communication technologies worldwide. Known in the industry as the father of LTE, LTE stands for long-term evolution. He helped upgrade the wireless broadband and standard for mobile devices and networks. Mr. One holds a master's degree in electronics from the Kyoto University Graduate School of Engineering. I would now like to request him to kindly deliver this special address and share with us the key features of their various strategies. Please, sir.
Thank you for kind introduction. Actually, naturally, Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sunil Butler, Commerce Secretary, Dr. Kumar Singh, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Philip Medgar, Secretary General and CEO, International Electrical Commission, Sergio Mica, Secretary General, International Organization for Standardization. Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards. Distinguished guests, distinguished colleagues and friends. Let me begin by thanking the government of India ITU standards now support sustainable research transformation in areas where from energy and transportation to healthcare, financial services, and agriculture, as well as drive towards smart sustainable cities and communities. In those areas and more, our work is helping everyone capitalize on advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning. All stakeholders must be able to influence our work, and resulting standards must be valued valuable tools to all innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no voice standardization stronger than the combined voice of IEC, ISO, and ITU. And together we are bringing more attention to the value of international standards as tools to accelerate progress toward the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We will again bring this message to the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28. In this year ahead, we must support everyone's work to achieve net zero emissions, renewable and low carbon energy, and resource efficient circular economies. Our trusted standardization platform gives rise to trusted outcomes. I would like to conclude my extending invitation to key ITU event taking place in New Delhi in October 2024. The Global Standards Symposium is a forum where ministers, regulators, head of standards development organizations, and industry from the different regions of the world discuss standardization priorities in the context of ITU's strategic goals, universal connectivity, and sustainable digital transformation. In 2024, the Global Standards Symposium will coincide with the World Standardization Day celebrated on 14th October. The symposium will be succeeded by the ITU World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, also held in New Delhi. The Assembly defines a general policy for ITU standardization sector, establishes study groups, approves their expected work program for the next 4 years period, and appoints their chairs and vice chairs. I look forward to welcoming many of you to this event and to our continued work together to ensure that our outcome includes everyone and benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. One, for your enlightening address and also highlighting the need for inclusive standards process and comprehensive solutions for the complex interconnected world. Thank you very much. Moving forward, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Mr. Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji, is present among us as a special guest. He has held the portfolio of Urban Development, Public Health Engineering Department, and Health and Family Welfare as well. The Honorable Minister is a veteran politician from state of Bihar and elected to the Bihar Legislative Assembly for 5 consecutive terms. During his tenure as Health Minister in Bihar, he has done many commendable works for cleanliness and played an important role in this noble cause for thousands of poor and underprivileged families. He was also instrumental for digitization of health services in the time of pandemic and had launched digitized platform of flagship health schemes on National Health Authorities IT platform. Mr. Chaube is BSc Honours in Geology from Science College, Patna University, Bihar. It's my honor to request Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Chaube, to kindly deliver the special address. Please, sir.
आज बहुत ही प्रसन्न मुद्रा में इस भवन में पुनः यहाँ आने का मौका मिला और विशेष करके इस मंडपम में जहाँ G20 का पूरी दुनिया के देशों ने सराहा है, आज पुनः इस श्रेष्ठतम मानक स्थापित करने वाले इस भारत मंडपम में हो रहे इस मानक संवाद स्टैंडर्ड डायलॉग 2023 उसके कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे बीच यहाँ पर जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दूरसंचार संघ के अभी अभी जिनका उद्बोधन हम सुन रहे थे, वो ऐसे हम सब लोगों के जो वर्चुअल हम देख रहे थे, श्री सेजो ओनो निदेशक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दूरसंचार संघ ITU, श्री सर्जियो मुहिका जी महासचिव जनरल सेक्रेटरी जनरल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानक संगठन ISO के, श्री फिलिप मैथ्सगर जी महासचिव अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विद्युत तकनीकी आयोग जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं IAC, हमारे यहाँ सचिव वाणिज्य श्री सुनील वर्तवाल जी भारत सरकार के, और साथ ही हमारे विभाग के जो उपभोक्ता मामले विभाग उसके सचिव के रूप में श्री रोहित सिंह जी, सामने बैठी हुई हमारे विभाग की जो सचिव अभी हाल में ही उनका प्रमोशन भी हुआ है श्रीमती निधि खरे जी, और सभी हमारे वरिष्ठ यहाँ पदाधिकारीगण जो डिप्टी डायरेक्टर जनरल चंदन जी, शांतनु जी और सभी हमारे वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारीगण और देश और दुनिया के कई देशों से आए हुए यहाँ सभी वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारीगण, और विशेष करके जिन्होंने ये आकृति दिया है BIS का, आज जो एक हम कह सकते हैं कि देश और दुनिया में आज हमें गर्व है इस BIS पर, ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड पर, उसका मूर्त देने में जिन्होंने बहुत ही परिश्रम किया है, ऐसे डायरेक्टर जनरल महानिदेशक श्री प्रमोद तिवारी जी जो मंच पर विराजमान हैं। भाई और बहनों, मीडिया के हमारे सभी साथियों, आज इस विषय पर बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपनी बात को बताया है, मुझे सुनने का अवसर मिला। वर्तमान युग जो है वो प्रतिस्पर्धा का है, हम जानते हैं, और इसलिए सर्वोत्तम संजीवनम, हमारे यहाँ संस्कृत में एक वाक्य है सर्वोत्तम संजीवनम, जो जिसका ही अस्तित्व इस युग में बच पाएगा, वो संजीवनी बूटी जिसको कहते हैं, हनुमान जी ने जो संजीवनी बूटी ला करके और लक्ष्मण को जिंदा करने का काम किया था, तो सचमुच में जो सबसे उत्तम है वही संजीवनी का रूप धारण करता है, वही जीवंत होता है, और उसका ही युगों युगों तक नाम भी होता है। आज भी इतने लाखों वर्ष हो गए लेकिन संजीवनी बूटी को लोग याद करते हैं। यह है स्टैंडर्ड। तो निश्चित रूप में इसलिए इसका एकमात्र जो आधार है, समस्त कार्य मानकों के अनुरूप किया जाए, जितने भी कार्य हैं वो स्टैंडर्ड के अनुरूप हो, मानकों के अनुरूप हो। भारत की अध्यक्षता में हो रहा जो G20 स्टैंडर्ड डायलॉग गुणवत्तापूर्ण उत्पाद की दिशा में इस कार्य समूह के एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। सचमुच में जो G20 वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बात कही है, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, एक पृथ्वी, एक परिवार और एक भविष्य। और सचमुच में मैंने पिछले दिनों इसी हॉल में कहा था, हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे देश का भी वन स्टैंडर्ड, वन कंट्री, वन वर्ल्ड, इस रूप में हम कैसे इस चीज को ले जा सकते हैं। और सचमुच में पिछले दिनों हमारे आदरणीय मंत्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी ने बताया था किस प्रकार से हम, हमारी सरकार हर चीज़ों में मानक को कितना अपना रहे हैं, चाहे इस भवन के कील से कांटी तक हो, ऐसे स्टैंडर्ड की चीज़ तो हमें गर्व होता है। हमारा एक संस्कृत में और हमारे वेदों में एक वाक्य है, यह प्रौद्योग्यं समुदोग्यं, यह प्रौद्योग्यं समुदोग्यं च धनेर्वर्थयति यत स्व उत्तमं परित्यज्यत वर्तते पाप कर्मणाम। यानी उसका अर्थ है जो अपने धन, उत्पाद और उपयोगिता में जो सतत वृद्धि, सस्टेनेबल जो डेवलपमेंट है उसको करता है, वो दूसरों को पीछे छोड़कर विकसित होता है, उसको ही कहते हैं प्रगति करता है, उसको ही डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं। तो हमारे वेदों में ये वाक्य आज नहीं, अनादि काल से हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने, पूर्वजों ने, हमारे यथर्ववेद में और आयुर्वेद में, अनेक वेदों में अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड का वर्णन किया है। अगर आयुर्वेद में संजीवनी बूटी का वर्णन है तो आप समझ सकते हैं उसी प्रकार से इस वेद में जो ये वाक्य है। और इस अवसर पर आज के ही दिन 2 नवंबर 1948 को भारत के लौह पुरुष जिनकी जयंती हमने अभी परसों ही मनाई है, आपने देखा मेरी माटी मेरा देश, पूरी दुनिया, पूरा भारत जो एकजुटता के सूत्र में बना है, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के रूप में, उसके उद्घोषक और उसके उनके उल्लेख का हमारे सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी, लौह पुरुष, उनका उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा। और उन्होंने मुंबई में एक प्रांतीय अधिवेशन में कहा था, हमें हिंदुस्तान को शक्तिशाली बनाना है एवं उसकी शक्ति को सुरक्षित करना होगा। हिंदुस्तान जैसे बड़े एवं साधन संपन्न देश बहुत कम है। इसकी समृद्धि के लिए हमें उत्पादन को भी बढ़ाना होगा और साथ ही हमें अपने उत्पादन मानक के अनुसार उसके अनुरूप बढ़ाना होगा, जिससे हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम को साकार कर सकें। ये वाक्य मुंबई में 2 नवंबर 1948 को हमारे सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी, लौह पुरुष ने, गृह मंत्री ने कहा था। हमें यह कहते हुए हर्ष है कि माननीय हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में भारत इस सपने को साकार कर रहा है जो सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने अपनी 74 वर्ष की आयु में यह व्यक्त किया था, जो बात मैं आपके सामने अभी रखा हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, आज के जो स्टैंडर्ड डायलॉग, उसका विषय है जीरो इफेक्ट एंड जीरो डिफेक्ट। ये एक स्टैंडर्ड विषय आज आपने G20 के परिप्रेक्ष्य में इस विषय को रखा है और देश के कई विद्वान, कई ऐसे वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारी जिन्होंने स्टैंडर्ड पर हमें उद्बोधन करके हमें मार्गदर्शन भी दिया है। तो निश्चित रूप से यह जो जीरो इफेक्ट और जीरो डिफेक्ट की बात करते हैं, उसकी अवधारणा जो है वो कंज्यूमर सेंट्रलाइज है, ग्राहक केंद्रित है। हम अपने उपभोक्ताओं को, ग्राहकों को कितना अच्छा स्टैंडर्ड का सामान दे सकते हैं, ये हमारे लिए आवश्यक है। और इसलिए इस जीरो इफेक्ट अवधारणा प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का जिसका शून्य अपव्यय और शून्य प्रदूषण और कुशल अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन यह केंद्रित है। मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि मैं उन 2 विभागों का भी मंत्री हूं और जिसका मैंडेट भी इन उत्पादों की गुणवत्ता और उसको बढ़ाने हेतु जो मानक स्थापित करने का, पर्यावरण संरक्षण और संवर्धन, जहां अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन की बात हम करते हैं तो दोनों विभाग का मुझे जो हमें अनुभव मिल रहा है कार्य करने का, नेचर एंड कल्चर, नेचर कल्चर लिटरेचर, हमें इनको साथ लेके चलना होगा। और प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं प्रकृति और प्रगति, हमें प्रकृति भी चाहिए, केवल प्रकृति ही नहीं, हमें प्रगति भी चाहिए। हम प्रकृति को भी साथ लेके चलने वाले लोग हैं और हम प्रगति भी चाहते हैं, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, सतत विकास। तो निश्चित रूप में प्रधानमंत्री जी का यह वाक्य, यह जो जेड जो मंत्र उन्होंने फूका है, सचमुच में इसका आह्वान किया है। और यह मंत्र जीरो इफेक्ट जीरो डिफेक्ट, ये औद्योगिक विकास और प्राकृतिक संरक्षण, उसके बीच संतुलित जो सुनिश्चित करने में सहायक सिद्ध होगा, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। और प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में भारतवासियों में जो पर्यावरणीय अनुकूलन जीवन शैली को अपनाने का जो उन्होंने एक जन अभियान चलाया है, जिसको उन्होंने पहले भी विदेशों में भी उस अवसर पर पूरी दुनिया के लोगों को उन्होंने संबोधित करके कहा था, जो हमारी प्राचीन परंपराएं हैं उसको हम कैसे, वह हमारे लिए धरोहर है, प्राचीन परंपराओं को भी मूल्यों पर आधारित है। और इसलिए उन्होंने कहा था मिशन लाइफ, मिशन लाइफ की बात कही थी। आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पहचान मिशन लाइफ का बन चुका है, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। हमें अपने जीवन को पर्यावरणीय अनुकूल कैसे जीना है प्रतिदिन का, और उसी को मिशन लाइफ के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ग्लासगो के उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी व्यक्त किया था। भाई और बहनों, हमें वस्तुओं का निर्माण वह कैसे गुणवत्ता मानकों के अनुरूप हो, इस तथ्य को हमें समझना होगा और उसे सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि उत्पाद का जो भी प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है उसका पर्यावरण पर कोई नकारात्मक प्रभाव ना पड़े। आज मैं अभी आ रहा था कुछ देर पहले, तो हमें एक डेलीगेशन मिलने आया था और उसमें कुछ आपसे मिलने में मुझे विलंब भी हो गया। तो वो कह रहे थे कि इंडियन रबर ग्लोब मैन्युफैक्चर एसोसिएशन, मैंने वो बात अभी कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री के अपने सेक्रेटरी से भी शेयर किया है। वो कह रहे थे कि जहां एक बार प्रधानमंत्री जी मेक इन इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, एक अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड की बात कर रहे हैं, आज दुर्भाग्य है, मैं जब स्वास्थ्य विभाग में था कोविड के कालखंड में विदेशों से जो माल चला था, हजारों करोड़ रुपए हमने एडवांस दे दिया था और नकली माल भारत को चीन से वहां से भेज दिया था। मैंने उसको रुकवाया, मैंने कहा नहीं चलेगा। और मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि आज मेरे आने के पहले वो एसोसिएशन के लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि कई बार मैं आपसे मिल चुका हूं, कई बार कई पदाधिकारियों से, मंत्रीगण से मिल चुका हूं, आखिर प्रधानमंत्री जी का मेक इन इंडिया फेल करने में हमारे ये जो तमाम जो इंपोर्ट करने वाले जो मेडिकल ग्लोव्स के नाम पर मेडिकल ग्लोव्स मंगाते हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्लोव्स के रूप में वो आता है, उसको मेडिकल ग्लोव के रूप में बनाते हैं, जो स्टैंडर्ड है ही नहीं उसका। ऑपरेशन करते करते डॉक्टर पेट में भी कई बार छूट जाता है, ऑपरेशन के वक्त में, तो इसको बड़ा गौर करने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने इस विषय का ध्यान दिया है कि ये स्टैंडर्ड का विषय हमारे विभाग से भी जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे विभाग ने भी इसको BIS ने काफ़ी गंभीरता से लिया है। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि आज सौभाग्य से हम दोनों मिनिस्ट्री कह सकते हैं कि हमारे मंत्री जी दोनों ही विभाग के मंत्री हैं और यहाँ सचिव स्वयं बैठे हुए हैं। और मैं आने के पहले मुझे विलम्ब अगर हुआ तो उन लोगों से मैं रामेश्वरम से आया था और उनसे मिलने में तो मैंने ये शेयर भी किया है और सार्वजनिक रूप से भी कहा है कि हमें स्टैंडर्ड चाहिए। भाई और बहनों, जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है कि वर्तमान युग में जो प्रतिस्पर्धा का युग है और निश्चित रूप से हम सब लोगों को इसमें आगे बढ़ कर के काम करना है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि पूरी तरह से मुझे ये बताते हुए हर्ष हो रहा है कि भारत में जो MSME सेक्टर है उसमें उद्योगों की एक ऐसी नीति अपनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने के दृष्टिकोण से अप्रैल 2022 में शुरू की गई जो जेड पंजीकरण योजना के अंतर्गत जीरो इफेक्ट जीरो डिफेक्ट के अंतर्गत अभी तक 10,000 से अधिक इकाइयों ने पंजीकरण कराया है और वे अपना उत्पादन इसी नीति के अनुकूल कर रही है। तो ये हम सब लोगों के लिए बड़े प्रसन्नता की बात है। संस्कृत में कहा गया है यत्र प्रसाद येद दृढ़ं कार्य धनं तत्र सुखम भवेत, यानी जब लोग अपना कार्य कौशल पूर्वक करते हैं तो वो संपन्नता, विपन्नता दूर होती है, संपन्नता जो है वो वापस आती है और प्रसन्नता, उनके मुख पर मुस्कान भी होता है। ये दोनों की प्राप्ति होती है, हमारे वेदों में कहा गया है। इसलिए मैंने आपके सामने ये उद्धृत किया कि भारत आज नहीं, भारत ने दुनिया में सदियों से हमारे पूर्वजों ने, हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने जो श्रेष्ठ ज्ञान हो सकता है वो ज्ञान स्टैंडर्ड के बारे में भी किया है। तो मैं आज बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ और इसलिए इस जीरो इफेक्ट और जीरो डिफेक्ट और जीरो इफेक्ट की इस नीति को सफल निर्वहन में जो मानकों का अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है और मानक ही दायित्वपूर्ण और सतत जो विनिर्माण उसका कहा जाए उस प्रथाओं का आधार बनता है और पारदर्शी, साक्ष्य आधारित और सहभागी नियामक जो प्रक्रियाओं को बल भी प्रदान करते हैं, जो न केवल आर्थिक विकास को बढ़ावा देती है अपितु नवाचार जो उसको प्रोत्साहित करते हैं और उपभोक्ताओं के हितों का भी हम संरक्षण करते हैं। तो हमें उपभोक्ताओं के हित को अवश्य जानना होगा, समझना होगा और उन्हें स्टैंडर्ड की चीज़ें कैसे प्राप्त हो उसका भी हमें प्रयास निरंतर करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए उत्पादन में मानक केवल एक तकनीक नहीं है, केवल उसको तकनीक कह करके हम नहीं छोड़ सकते, अपितु वो हमारे शरीर की जिस प्रकार से रक्त और धमनियों के समान है। जब धमनियों में अच्छे रक्त जाएंगे तभी हमें हृदय के अंदर वो रक्त पहुंचेगा, नहीं तो धड़कन होगा और हृदय फेल अगर होता है तो उसका ही कारण है। इसलिए हमें उसको रक्त और धमनियों के समान मानना चाहिए, उस तकनीक के रूप में केवल नहीं बल्कि मानक को, स्टैंडर्ड को इस रूप में मानने की आवश्यकता है जिस प्रकार रक्त वाहिकाएं हमारे शरीर, हमारा जो लाइफ लाइन है, जीवन रेखा, उसके लिए आवश्यक होती है, उसी प्रकार मानक जो है वो वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था की जो जीवन धारा है उसके वो सुचारू रूप से गतिमान करने में और उसको रखने के लिए वो अनिवार्य होता है। तो सचमुच में आज यही समय है और सही समय है, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार कहते हैं यही समय है, सही समय है। तो हम यही समय और इस सही समय का सदुपयोग BIS के द्वारा हो रहा है, यह हमें जानकर प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं बहुत गौरवान्वित हूँ कि मुझे इस विभाग में आप सभी साथियों के साथ काम करने का सुखद अवसर भी मिल रहा है और मुझे नए नए अनुभव भी प्राप्त हो रहे हैं, नूतन अनुभव प्राप्त हो रहा है। तो मैं इसके लिए आप सभी को मैं बधाई भी देना चाहता हूँ। मुझे लग रहा है कि जो इस G20 का मानक संवाद माध्यम से न राष्ट्रों के बीच एक मानक सहयोगिता में विस्तार करे, जिससे सचमुच में इस नीति निर्माण में न केवल आर्थिक बल्कि सामाजिक और पर्यावरणीय चुनौतियों को भी हम सम्मिलित करेंगे। केवल आर्थिक नहीं बल्कि सामाजिक और पर्यावरणीय चुनौतियों को भी हम जरूर इसको अपनाते रहें। और यह जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है, इसी को बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस जो आपस में ये संवाद हो रहा है, और मुझे विश्वास है कि इस मंच का आज का उपयोग जो G20 की अवधारणाओं के अनुकूल जो हमारे VIS ने ये संवाद जो स्टैंडर्ड का मानक संवाद जो आपने रखा है, उसमें निश्चित रूप से इस मंच का जो उपयोग हो रहा है, एक दूसरे को जानने का, उनके अच्छे प्रैक्टिसेस को अपनाने का, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को इसको अपनाने के लिए भी करते रहना चाहिए। निरंतर हमें करने की आवश्यकता भी है। मैं इसके लिए साधुवाद देता हूं विभाग को, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और आइए हम वैश्विक व्यापार में निश्चित रूप से मानकों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका को स्वीकार करते हुए उसकी निरंतर उन्नति के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को भी हम पुष्टि करते हैं और करते रहेंगे। आज हमें बहुत खुश है कि आपने मुझे यहाँ इस विषय के लिए जानने के लिए, समझने के लिए, जीवन में व्यवहार में उतारने के लिए हमें भी प्रेरित किया है। मैं इसके लिए आप सबको पुनः साधुवाद देते हुए हम अधिक टिकाऊ, हमें बिकाऊ नहीं टिकाऊ चाहिए, हमें बिकाऊ माल नहीं चाहिए, टिकाऊ माल चाहिए, ग्राहकों के लिए चाहिए। हमारे उपभोक्ताओं को केवल बिकाऊ नहीं बल्कि टिकाऊ और सचमुच में उसके जवाबदेह और समृद्ध भविष्य की दिशा तय करने के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को हम रेखांकित करें, जिससे G20 के उस वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरा विश्व हमारा परिवार, जो मैं फिर वही कह रहा हूं, वन वर्ल्ड वन स्टैंडर्ड, इस रूप में हमारी मान्यता हो तो निश्चित रूप में भारत इसमें अग्रणी भूमिका अदा करेगी। इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। हम पहले भी हमने, हमारे पूर्वजों ने किया, आज भी हम कर रहे हैं, आगे भी करेंगे। 2047 का भारत निश्चित रूप से एक विकसित भारत बनेगा। एक स्टैंडर्ड का हर क्षेत्र में हम स्टैंडर्ड को अपनाएंगे, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार कहते हैं। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सब लोगों का आने वाले दीपावली की शुभकामना। दुर्गा पूजा बीता है और दीपावली, और हमारे बिहार में और देश में, दुनिया में कई स्थानों पर छठ की भी तैयारी हो रही है। मैं जा रहा हूं अभी बिहार, आज दिवाली और छठ की तैयारी के लिए, घाटों की तैयारी को देखूंगा। तो मैं आप सब लोगों का शुभकामना भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप सब लोग सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत्। आप सभी सुखी हो, आप प्रफुल्लित रहें, आप सभी के ललाट जो है वो चमकता रहे, और आप सभी एक दूसरे के, एक पीड़ित ऐसे मानवता के लिए कामयाब हो। पीड़ित मानवता, मानव सेवा, माधव सेवा, नर सेवा, नारायण सेवा। आइए हम सभी, वो उपभोक्ता हमारे लिए नारायण है, हम उनकी सेवा में लगे। नारायण है, उपभोक्ता हमारे नारायण है, हम उनकी सेवा में लगे। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे, जय हिंद, नमस्कार।
First of all, thank you very much, sir, for your blessings, and a very happy Diwali and Chhath to you as well in advance. That was really a very inspiring message from sir. Honorable Minister, he highlighted the importance of standards. He brought to us our rich culture and rich history. He said that it's not like that we have started thinking about sustainable development now. Our mythology, our traditional beliefs, they also gives lot of importance and impetus to sustainable development. He also welcomed all of you to this world-class infrastructure of India, Bharat Mandapam, which is an epitome of high-quality standards. The G20 summit also took place here in the same building in September 2023. He also highlighted that we should approach nature with reverence and we should not treat it as a resource. And this is also the teachings in our Vedas, in our mythologies. Sir also mentioned that how the Meri Mati, Mera Desh initiative is one such initiative of India to unite people to come towards this and start thinking about or start treating nature as a reverence. He also highlighted the fact that 10,000 MSMEs in India have been registered and the scheme of zero effect. This is one step forward to ensure that we also, our standards, our products, they also come at par with the international standards and there are no trade barriers. With that, I would like to end and I would again thank Sir for his inspiring message. Now I will request Mr. Chandan Bahel, Deputy Director General BIS International Relations, to kindly present the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to propose this vote of thanks. I express sincere gratitude to Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji, for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion. His words of wisdom have always inspired us and today is no exception. Sir, your gracious presence and valuable insights and suggestions will inspire us all to strive harder in strengthening the standardization ecosystem. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to Secretary Commerce, Shri Sunil Bhartwal ji, for his vision to organize this G20 Standards Dialogue under India's G20 presidency, and his address here today was really thought-provoking, especially why we need to strengthen all elements on quality infrastructure and not focus on only one single. Our words may not be capable of communicating completely our sense of gratitude to Secretary Consumer Affairs, Shri Rohit Kumar Singh ji. He has extended his wholehearted support and guidance to organize this event. Sir, your address encapsulated the spirit of the Standards Dialogue and set the tone for this event. Thank you so much, sir. My deepest gratitude and thanks to the leadership of IEC, ISO and ITU to take time out of their busy schedule and be with us during this important event for the G20 standards community. Mr. Philip, Mr. Moika and Mr. Uno, please accept my sincere thanks once again highlighting the inclusiveness and the cohesiveness with which we all work. Thank you. I believe the insights shared today by all of you will be instrumental in fostering a constructive dialogue that promises to have a significant impact on the global standards and regulations. My sincere thanks are reserved for all the distinguished panelists and delegates who have come here from different countries and also from within India to participate in this standard dialogue. Thank you all for accepting our invitation and be here in person. Thank you. This reflects your commitment towards standardization and quality. It is through forums such as this that the international community can collectively work towards a more equitable, sustainable, and transparent global trade landscape where consumer protection is paramount. My special thanks to Ms. Nidhi Khare, Special Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, for her immense support and guidance in organizing this event in such a short time. I also express sincere thanks to Department of Consumer Affairs and Department of Commerce for extending their wholehearted support. I would like to thank Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standard, for his able leadership in hosting this dialogue. We respect your valuable inputs and encouragement, sir. I also express my thanks to the media for their cooperation in the excellent coverage and publicity to this important event. I express my thanks to the authorities of Bharat Mandapam for their support and cooperation, without which this event would not have been possible. Last but not least, a sincere thanks to the whole BIS team who have worked relentlessly in organizing this standards dialogue, especially given the time constraints we were facing. Thank you. The outcomes of this dialogue will serve as a stepping stone towards a future where global standards and regulations are streamlined, international trade is more efficient, stakeholder participation and consumer protection are prioritized. Let us all continue to work together to turn these aspirations into reality. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here.
With this, we come to the end of the opening ceremony of the G20 Standards Dialogue under India's presidency. ब्रेक तो नहीं है सर जी है सर तो सीधा पैनल को यहाँ पे जी सर बस स्टेज को थोड़ा सा 2-3 मिनट जो स्टेज ठीक करने में On behalf of BIS, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the honorable dignitaries on dais for being here with us today and making this event very special and a memorable one. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are setting the stage for our engaging technical session on standards for sustainability, I request all of you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are setting the stage for our technical session, which would be starting very soon. I request all of you to kindly be seated. Our technical session on standards for sustainability is going to start very soon. We are going to start the session in 5 minutes. You are requested to kindly be seated. So we will be resuming with the technical session in 5 minutes.
We can control the slides on that, yeah?
Do you want to?
Change the slides, yeah.
You want to change?
How do we change the slides when we're speaking?
While you're speaking. You want slide changer?
Yeah. Or if you just put it on here and then just you change.
Just give me a minute.
दोनों हैं वही है मैं
हाँ मैं हैंडल कर रहा हूँ हैंडल
All of you to kindly be seated. शुरू करो। All are requested to kindly come to the auditorium. We are going to begin with the technical session. मॉडरेटर इनवाइट करेंगे, पहले वीडियो प्ले करेंगे, वीडियो प्ले करना तो मॉडरेटर पैनलिस्ट को इनवाइट करेंगे उसके बाद। Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, I am honored to welcome you all to this pivotal technical session dedicated to the discussion on standards for sustainability. In an era marked by growing environmental challenges and a renewed focus on corporate social responsibility, it is only fitting that we gather here today to explore the fundamental role that standards play in fostering sustainability across various sectors. This session promises to be an illuminating exploration of how standards can act as a unifying force in the sustainability ecosystem. We are privileged to have a distinguished moderator and a panel of experts who will share their insights, experiences, and innovative solutions. From energy efficiency and renewable energy to waste reduction and responsible sourcing, our discussions will span a wide spectrum of sustainability aspects in various sectors. Before I introduce our esteemed moderator for the session and invite him, I want to share that in BIS, we also believe that these standards and sustainability, they go hand in hand. We not only frame standards, but also envision for a sustainable ecological development by fostering quality consciousness at our core. Let us now see how BIS has contributed to quality with sustainability in various sectors like construction, energy, agriculture, chemicals, information technology, etc. through a short film and BIS, which is titled BIS Pioneering Innovation Through Standards. Let us see the video.
Bureau of Indian Standards, pioneering innovation through standards. In this ever-evolving landscape of innovation and the continuous quest for standards-based solutions, Bureau of Indian Standards, or BIS, the national standards body of India, strives to be a guiding light of excellence and reliability. Let's take a closer look at how BIS has contributed to answering quality with sustainability across different industry sectors. Construction, going green, and building services. The construction sector is resource intensive due to its extensive use of raw materials, energy, water, and land. High waste generation, transportation demands, and long project lifespans contribute to this intensity and needs to be tackled suitably. Achieving sustainability in building use through active and passive technologies is also vital to reduce the ecological footprint. It is also pertinent that city planning and habitat development include aspects of energy efficiency, green infrastructure, waste reduction, and community engagement to foster sustainability through resource conservation and resilience. Here is a glimpse of some of the important standards formulated by BIS in this area. Energy efficiency, renewable sources-based products and systems. Energy efficiency plays a crucial role in achieving sustainability and has become a prominent topic of discussion in recent years. India has been at the forefront of promoting energy efficiency standards for appliances and equipment. By swiftly implementing energy efficient measures throughout the country, India is making significant progress in conserving energy resources and mitigating the environment impact. Some of the important standards formulated in the area of renewable energy are IS 14286 series of standards on terrestrial photovoltaic modules, design qualification and type approval. To facilitate off-grid solar PV application, BIS has published an Indian standard, IS 16711-2017, 48V ELVDC Distribution Systems Guidelines. Standards related to wind turbines as source of renewable energy. BIS has published IS/IEC 61400 series of standards on design requirements to ensure that wind turbines are appropriately engineered against damage from hazards within the planned lifetime. Standards relating to lighting. One of the important set of standards formulated is IS 10322 series of standards, specifying the safety and photometric requirements of conventional as well as energy-saving LED luminaries. IS 17693-2022 Mid-Cool Refrigerator. Water management, efficiency in exploitation and use.
To ensure equitable water distribution to people by ensuring water saving, BIS has also formulated standards such as IS 17482 2020 Drinking Water Supply Management System. A few important ones are standards in micro irrigation, agriculture, keeping abreast of innovations. In agriculture sector, BIS actively embraces and incorporates the latest innovations, ensuring that industry standards evolve in tandem with cutting-edge practices for the benefit of farmers and consumers alike. Indian standards for biofertilizers, organic farming, BIS standards in organic farming, chemicals for a safer and healthier world. BIS, in its efforts to ensure a safer and healthier world, has formulated a comprehensive series of standards on the Code of Safety Standards for different chemicals. Few important standards published in this series are waste management, fostering circular economy. Through the development of robust standards, BIS is trying to foster resource efficiency, waste reduction, and sustainable practices, thereby driving the nation towards a more environmentally responsible and economically viable future. Some of the important standards established by BIS in this regard are information technology, pushing the frontiers of knowledge. BIS has identified the areas for artificial intelligence standardization based on national priorities in line with the Niti Aayog National Strategy for AI and pursued this at international level. It's a journey. We invite you to join.
I hope the video has already set the tone for our technical session. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our distinguished moderator, Mr. Vimal Mahendru ji. Mr. Vimal Mahendru is the Vice President and Chair Standardization Management Board at International Electrotechnical Commission. He holds more than 30 years of electrical industry experience in manufacturing, marketing, international operations, strategy and governance. He is IEC Special Envoy for UN SDGs, advocating the role of global consensus standards in helping nations achieve their UN SDGs targets and commitments. He is also the former member of the IEC Business Advisory Committee, and he is also the chair IEC Systems Committee for Low Voltage Direct Current and Low Voltage Direct Current for Electricity Access since 2017. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madhu. That's very nice of you. I trust you can hear me loud and clear. This is wonderful. You might find that I am a little nervous today. Bear with me, it's not because of the session. I love this subject and I am very passionate personally deep down about sustainability. It's actually about my religion. India is playing cricket today. There's a World Cup game going on. So bear with me if you think in between I show nervous pangs. With this, thank you very much for joining for this session. While I introduce the session, may I invite the panelists to come here, please, to the dais. We will save time, we will multitask. Mr. S.J.R. Kutti, Mr. Peter Sissons, Mr. Muthu Krishnan, and Mr. Uejima Hiroki. I will introduce you subsequently, but please, a round of applause to all our panelists today. Thank you very much. Please. So let me ask you a question. We heard the eminent speakers before this, the Honorable Minister. They all talked about very passionately and made a nice plea for sustainability and working on sustainability. But my question to you is this really such a big issue? Is there anyone in this room who feels, sustainability is not an issue? That it's a hoax? That it's a fad, it is here, we are talking about this today and then next season there'll be something else? By a show of hands, how many of you feel that sustainability is really an issue? Hiroki-san, yes. How many of you feel that it's an urgent issue? It's not something that we can delay. Good to see almost the entire hall, raising their hand. Last question. How many of you feel that actually international consensus standards, where all countries join hands, then we can really move the ball on sustainability, that we can begin to address? Let me see a show of hands. This is wonderful. My job is done. We really don't need this session. Thank you very much. But I think what we really need to do today is, and this is where I want to set the context. We all agree that sustainability is important, it's urgent, that international standards can make a difference. But how do we do it? How do we bring consensus? How do we make sure that all stakeholders are heard? How do we make sure that those whose voice is not even in this room or on this table, they are also heard? How do we make sure that we prioritize some of these things and we actually begin to write meaningful, impactful standards and begin to conform to those standards? One of the things that I learned early on sustainability is issues like waste, pollution, ozone depletion, biodiversity. These issues are so wide, they don't know any geographical issues, borders. Which means that the only way we can address these broad issues is actually by going global. That having global consensus. I cannot say that in my country I will be very sustainable, I don't care what happens beyond my borders. Sustainability doesn't work that way. We know it clearly. And this session is actually all about making sure that we are understanding the role of standards, how we can deliver, and what we can do with it. We have a very eminent panel with us today, so thank you very much, gentlemen, for sparing your precious time. I know you've all traveled actually from outside of Delhi, except for Mr. Muthu Krishnan, because he actually runs the Delhi airport over here. So for him, he also came from the airport here. I'll introduce the eminent panelists. Mr. S.J.R. Kutty, he's the Chief Sustainability Officer of Tata Motors and heads the CSR and sustainability verticals within Tata Motors. Mr. Kutty is a 4-decade veteran of Tata Motors and exemplifies a remarkable journey that with various pivotal roles, from manufacturing to spearheading the development of India's first 5-star GenCap rated car, earning the prestigious Innovista Award in 2019. Currently, he serves as the Chief Sustainability Officer. He also leads Tata Motors' profound shift toward global sustainability in its automotive sector. With a strategic vision and unwavering commitment, he navigates challenges, steering the company toward a greener and more responsible future. Thank you very much, Mr. Kutty, for being here with us today. Let me also introduce a gentleman who's no stranger to India, actually, Peter Sissons. He's the International Engagement Director of the British Standards Institute, UK. Peter embodies a visionary leader dedicated to fostering global collaboration with a passion for enhancing international standards. He spearheads impactful relationships to drive positive economic, developmental and sustainability agenda worldwide. Through his leadership, Peter champions the utilization of standards, engaging with policymakers to emphasize their role in all the areas related to trade and sustainability. Notably, as co-convener of the ISO Developing Countries Committee, he focuses on standardization, crucial for developing nations. His extensive background in financial services and foreign direct investment positions is obviously a core strength that he brings to us today. Thank you very much, Peter, for joining us on this panel. Going further, may I also introduce Dr. Muthu Krishnan. Dr. Krishnan is the head of Environment, Health, Safety and Sustainability in the airport sector of GMR Group. He holds a doctorate in chemical engineering from IIT Delhi and is an alumnus of IIM Kozhikode. With an extensive background in environment, health, safety and sustainability, he is a prominent figure in international committees, including the ACI World Environment Standing Committee and ACI Asia Pacific. His certifications by ICAO, coupled with his role in program development, showcase his expertise in aviation and environment sectors. Thank you very much, Muthu, for joining us here. Last but not the least, I'm delighted that Mr. Uejima Hiroki is here with us. He's come all the way from Tokyo. He is currently Director, International Cooperation for Standards and Conformity Assessment. He is from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI. It's an honor to introduce you, Hiroki, because you are a visionary leader in global standards and intellectual property. Mr. Hiroki brings with him profound dedication to fostering international cooperation. He has had an illustrious career which spans pivotal roles in shaping international standards and intellectual property policy. As Director of International Cooperation for Standards and Conformity Assessment at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, his strategic guidance has advanced global cooperation amongst all the nations which are participating in the standards development process. His tenure as the head of the permanent mission of Japan to international organizations in Geneva and the Japan Patent Office showcased his expertise in navigating complex international IP issues. So thank you very much, Hiroki, for joining us here. So, gentlemen, we have a very engaging panel. This is going to be a rapid-fire engaging discussion, but for an important topic like this, we decided that there would be about 6 to 7 minutes per speaker to make an opening remark or a thought that they wanted to share. Some of them have also developed some slides, and there is a clicker here. If you would like to come to the podium, you can come here, or you can use the microphone and I can pass you the clicker here. Either ways, it will work, and we will keep this going on for next 6 into 4, 24 minutes, and then we will get into some question and answer session amongst us. But also, please keep your questions ready so that we have a very eminent panel so that we can engage with them on this important topic of sustainability. With this, may I invite Kuti to you for your comments, and if you need a clicker.
No,
okay.
I'll just. So good afternoon, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here speaking to you about sustainability, which may not be unknown to many of you present here. But if I were to just ask each one of you, what does sustainability mean to you? We may get different answers. Some of us may say that it is about solar panels. Somebody may say it's about circularity. Some of us may say it's about equal pay for equal work. Some may say it's about child labor elimination. Some of us may say that it's about conflict minerals. And you would find that there would be a whole lot of interpretations of sustainability. But within these concepts of sustainability lie a deeper ambition of humankind to really look at the way we have been operating the past several centuries to a new way of life and a new paradigm of existence. Now, what have the paradigms of the past done to us? And rather than recounting to us all the difficulties that humankind faces, we need to recognize that humankind has also made several strides, but it has come at a cost. Now, that cost is something that is not only humankind who bears, the plants, the animals, the birds, the insects, they are also bearing on our behalf. So it's time to take stock of this and to ask ourselves a question whether we need to take a pause and ask some very deep and fundamental questions. Sustainability therefore prompts each one of us to ask those fundamental questions that we may have not had the opportunity to ask of ourselves in the past. So now coming back to that original question, so is it about solar panels? Is it about wind energy? Is it about corporate social responsibility? Is it about some graphs here or a set of graphs there? Is it about international negotiations? I can tell you with certainty, friends, it is all of that, but much, much more. Sometimes when we really ask ourselves these questions, we realize that the outcomes are frightfully strange and also an opportunity for resetting the agenda of development, resetting the agenda for change. So what did we do at the Tata Group? A few years ago, post-COVID, when our chairman, Mr. Chandrasekharan, was dealing with this question of how could we probably evolve to a new paradigm, he came to the conclusion that sustainability can become a very important driver of not only of the group's growth, but also setting an agenda for our country. There are very few people sitting in this audience, especially if you are from India, who are not touched by the Tata Group from the time you wake up in the morning till the time you go to bed. Every day, 365 days a year, for perhaps the entire life. So we therefore decided, he embarked on a vision that we could probably use this opportunity to define sustainability in a set of metrics and methods that could be cross-pollinated across our group companies, a few hundred companies, almost 100 plus companies in our group, which thinks of a common agenda for change and which could become the hallmark of change for us. For some of you who would be familiar with the Tata Group, if you go to our website of tata.com, you will recognize the chairman came out with a group initiative called Alingana. Alingana in Sanskrit means to embrace. We use this word in the context of embracing everything that we love. We embrace our colleagues because we love them. We embrace the earth because we love it. We embrace animals and plants because we love them for being there. We embrace factories and the people working in the factories because we want them to be there. And therefore, Alingana represented the group's ambition for change. Under this, there were three specific pillars of Alingana's ambition. One was related to net zero. We looked at the carbon question, and the chairman and the group's commitments was to get to net zero by a particular year. The second one was related to circularity and circular economy. And I must hasten to add that we use the word circularity and circular economy interchangeably. But I would always like to use the word circular with the word economy in this, because at the heart of the circularity question is the word economy. When we come back to SDGs, we know that SDG 1 and 2 deals with no poverty and no hunger. And therefore, all the other SDGs have to contribute to this fundamental goal of elimination of poverty and hunger across the world. That is possible only if there is economic activity where everybody gains from. So the second pillar was circularity and circular economy. The third pillar, and perhaps something which is a little more difficult for engineers like us who have spent all our lives in engineering and who have done engineering work, and many of you sitting in this audience, what does biodiversity and nature have to do with engineering? And when we examined this question afresh and in great depth, both inside the group and outside, and inside the companies of the group, all of us came to recognize that biodiversity and nature is not just the third pillar. It is actually the central pillar for which we all exist. And therefore we recognized that the net zero ambition, the circular economy ambition, is actually not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. And therefore around all of these metrics, we realized that unless we have metrics in place, whether it is related to carbon, whether it is related to water, whether it is related to waste, whether it is related to renewable energy, whether it is related to gender diversity, whether it is related to human rights, we won't make progress. And you would be very happy to know that Tata Motors, as a very important member of the Tata Group, and perhaps one of the biggest hard-to-abate sectors, took on ourselves this very onerous task of committing to the group's ambition. And I'm very glad to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we committed that despite us being in the commercial vehicle segment, producing vehicles from passenger cars to the biggest trucks and buses, we said, while nobody else would probably have said it so boldly, that we said we will commit to a national ambition of leading into the 100th year of independence, 2 years in advance, we will get to net zero. So we said we will get to net zero on scope 1, on scope 2, and also on scope 3. This is perhaps one of the few companies in the world which took this bold ambition. The second thing, we also said that circular economy can become anecdotal. We can do a set of things here and there, and a few stories, a few glossy magazines, and we can present stories. But we said that's not the way to approach circularity. We said circular economy has to be based on a framework, and that should touch every part of the company. And I'm very glad to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are quite advanced in this place. We have also done a lot of work in getting water neutrality and positive water status, that we consume less water compared to what we actually put it back to the ground. And I can tell you, with whether it's renewable energy, 100% renewable energy, water neutrality, zero waste to landfill, committing on human rights, committing on zero carbon across scope 1, scope 2, and all the 15 categories of scope 3, we have made substantial progress. At the heart of this question is standards, and I will now pass on to the next speaker. But over the next few minutes, we will deal with how standards are going to play a fundamental role in making this transition. And this transition is possible only if all the interfaces work together. And as life is becoming more and more complex, we are realizing that it's not enough that we become good. We become good only if my neighbor and his neighbor and his neighbor, and we all become good together. So this is a long journey, and that's where standards, methods, and relationships between standards, including intellectual property rights, standard essential patents, and FRAND licensing, all of them have to come together to make this a beautiful place for the new paradigm to make it happen. So Chairman, sir, if I may pass it on back to you.
Excellent, thank you. Very nice words. May I invite Peter for your views? Okay, So do we have the slides for Peter? Please, sir.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honour to speak at the G20 Standards Dialogue this afternoon. I'm Peter Sissons. I'm International Engagement Director at BSI. BSI is the UK's national standards body. We are an independent organisation, although we work very closely with the UK government. We are the UK's member of ISO and IEC, and a very prominent member of those two organisations. And we also run a global assurance services, regulatory services and consulting services business that operates around the world, and we have a number of offices in India. I'm just really going to talk about energy transition over the next few minutes. So just starting off, at the 2021 ISO General Assembly, the London Declaration, which was proposed by BSI, was launched. And this is a transformational agreement for the international standards system to incorporate the views and the science that sits behind climate change into the standardisation development process. So it seeks to foster the active consideration of climate science and associated transitions in the development of new and revised international standards and publications. And it looks to facilitate the involvement of civil society actors and groups that are most at risk of the climate emergency. In parallel, in the UK, we're also taking forward a series of steps to review our entire national catalogue to ensure that we identify those standards that have the largest impact on climate. These standards will be revised with the input from climate experts and specialists to ensure that they facilitate the transition to a net zero world. We're currently in the process of adjusting our standards development processes, and we will be looking at the process for putting forward new proposals, so new areas for standardisation, the rules of how we draft standards, and what specific clauses should be incorporated within the standards that we publish. We take stakeholder participation really seriously within the UK, and we've built out a sustainability standards network which provides the voice of sustainability NGOs into the standards development process. We're also working with civil society actors to ensure that their voice is amplified within the process, because the more stakeholders we include within the standards development process, ultimately the better standards that we can develop. So there is a clear case for standards to support and facilitate sustainable transition. To achieve a net zero future by 2050, we need to spur innovation across all sectors and all horizontals. The introduction of new technologies is sometimes hindered by investor and public scepticism, low adoption rates and concerns about interoperability and safety and security. Furthermore, over the last few years, we've seen a prevalence of greenwashing, so green claims that are being made that, quite frankly, can't be justified. So the case for standards is clear. Standards are needed to support the transition to a net zero future by ensuring that new forms of energy generation and technologies are interoperable, are safe, and are secure. Standards accelerate the adoption and mainstreaming of innovation needed for net zero, helping to develop and de-risk nascent markets in a safe, consistent, interoperable and secure manner. Consensus-based standards provide the rigour and credibility, in particular to avoid claims of greenwashing. And global reach and influence via the international standards infrastructure, so ISO and IEC deliverables, have an unparalleled influence in the real economy and are uniquely positioned to drive forward positive environmental outcomes. International standards further foster and adopt and increase trust between a range of different stakeholders. So just very briefly in terms of where we operate within the UK looking at the energy portfolio, we have a wide range of technical committees that participate in international, regional and national standards development activity. And we bring these stakeholders together to convene communities, to deliver thought leadership and also participate in the committees that develop our standards. Sitting above these technical committees, we have a range of strategic committees, which are listed here. I won't go through them all, but we have the Electrotechnical Policy Committee, which provides advice and supporting information around strategic implications of electrotechnical issues. The Hydrogen Coordination Committee, now this is starting to do a lot more work, and this coordinates hydrogen-related information across relevant BSI committees and provides guidance on on developing standards to address gaps within the hydrogen standardisation landscape. We have a strategic committee looking at smart grids and smart energy, and also electrical supply as well. So there's a large volume of work that's taking place within clean energy domains, including in support of hydrogen, nuclear, and also battery technologies. So just to provide a little bit of context in terms of standardisation that we've been working on to support the integration of hydrogen within our fuel infrastructure. We've supported the development and delivery of some UK pre-standardisation research and engagement in response and support of the decarbonisation of heat networks. We've also developed a range of end-user standards and skills programmes to support the transition to hydrogen use in a residential setting. And these have underpinned a range of different pilot programmes where the UK government has been seeking to incorporate hydrogen into residential settings. And my final slide just really focuses on net zero. Now, one of the key benefits of international standards is to develop globally accepted and applicable definitions, measurement methodologies, and tools that can be leveraged by private sectors and policymakers and organisations. So the net zero guidelines were launched at COP27 in response to the fragmented net zero governance landscape and the lack of a consistent approach to net zero. The guidelines provide a common reference for collective efforts, offering a global basis for harmonising understanding and planning for net zero actors at a state, regional, city and organisational level. They set common agreed pathways for the definition of net zero, and it was the first universally accepted definition for net zero and related terms. It delivers a set of high-level principles for actors who want to achieve climate neutrality. It provides actionable guidance on getting there as soon as possible by 2050 at the very latest, and transparent communication, credible claims and consistent reporting on emissions reductions and removals, so you can evaluate things on a like-for-like basis. The guidelines build on the momentum of existing voluntary initiatives and increase their impact. Globally accepted net zero claims are easier to compare, create an ambition loop, and can be scaled through better regulation. So ultimately, international standards and deliverables provide an accessible toolset to support the decarbonisation of energy generation, facilitating the world's transition and journey to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. May I now invite Muthu to share his thoughts? Thank you.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Myself, Muthu Krishnan. I represent GMR Group. We operate airports, infrastructures, road infrastructures, and energy business. And I thank BSI, Bureau of Indian Standard team, for giving this opportunity to express my views on sustainability more technically. Before I go into a main topic of sustainability, so we all know that Mr. Vimal has given a small questions before we start this panel discussion. We all know sustainability a major issue now, and we also know that there is a need for immediate action, and we also know that there is a standard required. So with that pre-note, I will just go about expressing about what is sustainability is. So the UN, United Nations, is very well defined what is sustainability is. So I'll go a little bit more technically that sustainability is nothing but meeting the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. This is what the United Nations definition is. And there is a global agenda for sustainability which is needed a change. The change is one which we try to express now, be it a technical or a standard or a management requirement or maybe a regulatory requirement. But there is a need for change. The change, it starts from an individual, not by a group of people first. So we require a change from an individual first. Then I can say that it connects broadly in terms of a community or a culture, then brings out to be a very good result. Why there is a need of this all interconnection? You all know that there is a defined boundary for every aspect what we do. So today's question is, what is that defined boundary? We talk about today, the minister has expressed very well, the planet, the family, and then future. So the planet is one which we, or I can say that many of our people know that a bigger question for sustainability, because it is being shared or it is being used together with many factors of needs for an individual or maybe a country or maybe a need for an industry to operate. So broadly, if you see what is happening around us, you can see it from a mega trends. The mega trends are nothing but a trend which is set by a longer tenure of operations. One can express as a mega trend. You see how the individual changes are happening, like the demographic change, the rise of an individual, the rise of technology. And the second important, the trend which we can see it is a global economic. How the economics changing from one country to another country, how the supply chain, how the circularities are changing. But all these two components are directly or indirectly are connected to a physical environment, which Minister has outlined very well, that the climate change, the pollution, resource constraints, and development, urbanization. So today, if you ask us or ask me technically, where are the problem is ourselves, we as an individual. Second, it comes to a business. As a business wants to run, business wants to grow, and it has to create a profit, and it has to make the social factors livable, but it should not compromise. That's the reason the main element in sustainability, or we think, is the physical environment should not get compromised, and the factors related to climate change, resource stress, urbanizations are to be taken into consideration for sustainable development. And my message to people in this regard for a mega trend, try to look back in the history, what has happened, and foresee the needs of our future and act today for the better sustenance. So in terms of sustainability, there is three important aspects people used to rely on it. One is profit, planet, and people. But it is beyond now. It's a culture and leadership. Because all profit, planet, and people are interconnected. But unless otherwise a person, an individual, as a leader or culture as a society, if it is not acted on it, we cannot achieve sustainability, what we expect. As this forum is for the standard for sustainability, from an industry perspective, we have many important factors like Sustainable Development Goal, ISO system, what we talked about in the morning, in the afternoon sessions, and there are global standards, which is, we call it as GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, Equator Principles, IFCs, International Financial Corporation. All, there are part and parcel of communication is about sustainability. But if you ask us in a one bracket, what is sustainability? Is there any standard? It is not there. It is interconnected, but it is related to each other, but as a one standard, it is not there. But maybe that BSI or any ISO systems can think of the guideline for sustainability as a standard in future. So we, from an aviation perspective, we foresee all sustainable goals are very important one. And as UN said and Government of India says, I can say that around 15 sustainable goals in aviation are addressed directly or indirectly out of 17. And mostly very important is the climate change, the life below water, life on the land, which is very important. The other important factor of sustainable development goal, which is responsible consumption and production, which makes more effective, more responsible in terms of the specific component which we think of, like we call it as emission per passenger, emission per unit, which is all connected to the sustainable goal. And as an industry, yes, we do have a set of goals which focus on sustainability. We have committed to become net zero airport. Our commitment is by 2030 we will be doing net zero achievements. Currently we are carbon neutral airport. And we are also working on clean transportation, zero waste to landfill, water positivity initiatives, renewable energy. Today all my airports at Delhi, it's operating completely with renewable energy. We do have on-site and off-site renewable energy sources. And all our infrastructures to be more green and more oriented to green principles and green infrastructures. We have a commitment to become a climate change mitigated airport. And we are also working with all our stakeholders, like, which is very important. Unless otherwise your stakeholders or supply chains are interconnected for sustainability, you cannot achieve it yourself. and which requires a very good stakeholder engagement. With this, I thank you panel, for giving this perspective for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muthu. Thank you. May I now invite Hiroki to share his views, please?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hiroki Uejima. It is a great honor for me to be here as a presenter of a very important session. Today, I would like to share Japan's experiences on standards for promoting increased resilience to disasters. These standards are considered to contribute to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDGs. As you know, Japan is a country with many natural disaster risks, such as earthquakes, typhoons, flooding, landslides, and volcanoes. These risks will never disappear, and the scale of climate disaster will increase all over the world due to the global climate changes. The size of Japanese territory is only 0.25% in total land area of the world, but 129 volcanoes out of 1,500 are located in Japan. In the recent years, about 20% of earthquakes of magnitude 6.0 or greater occurs around the Japanese territory. So Japanese people are very interested in countermeasures against disasters, and of course our expectations for technologies and standards for disaster risk reduction are high. I will briefly introduce one outcome and two current activities in ISO TC 268 SC1 Working Group 6 Smart Community Infrastructures Disaster Risk Reduction. I will briefly, first one is TR 6030, Global Examples of Smart DRR Infrastructure. This document identifies existing global smart community infrastructures that enhance disaster risk reduction. The key purposes served by these global examples, gaps in coverage, and the need for standardization activities, which establishes the basis for the next steps for standardization. Two international standards, ISO PRF 37174 and ISO DIS 37179, are under development. ISO 37174, Guidelines for Implementing Seismometer Systems and Guidelines for Establishment and Maintenance of the Seismometer System as a part of infrastructures of DRR in smart community infrastructures. The seismometer system in this document is for use in disasters induced by earthquakes and volcanic tremors. ISO 37179, Basic Framework for the Implementation of Disaster Risk Reduction, specifies principles and general requirements for smart community infrastructures contributing to disaster risk reduction. Next, I would like to introduce my thought on one possible development from future perspective. For the recent 30 years, Japan experienced two extremely huge earthquakes, Hanshin-Awaji earthquake, which struck Western Japan in 1995, and the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011. Lessons learned from these major earthquakes are used effectively in the development of international standards for disaster risk reduction. For example, necessity to strengthen risk management at a local government level, develop an information sharing system for all of Japan, and consolidate effective risk communication for local community. We had many challenges in managing disaster information at the disaster response site and at the emerging operations center, respectively. Data sharing may be a keyword here. So what is data sharing? During a disaster or other crisis, various organizations work simultaneously without information simultaneously. And without information sharing, each organization responds to the disaster based on their own information. Levels of situational awareness will be different, organization by organization. In such a situation, disaster response becomes less effective. The goal of data sharing is to build a common situation awareness of the disaster between multiple organizations as quickly as possible. This is easy to say, but difficult to achieve. And there are some points toward an international standard for disaster information sharing. Based on experiences from past disasters, quick, efficient, and standardized hazard data sharing allows governments to better predict and respond to natural hazards. It is expected to develop a new disaster information sharing that can be applied more globally. But this requires input from multiple countries, various hazard risks, and various socio-economic situations. This means global cooperation is essential. And next slide, please. For the sake of time, and this slide is very self-explanatory, so I will briefly explain. And more generally, Japan is also taking initiatives in developing sustainable cities and communities, sustainable mobility and transportation in ISO TC 268 SC2. Standardization in this field promote and support multi-sectoral integrated approach of sustainable cities and communities. We can optimize and make more efficient cities, communities, mobility, and transportation by sharing data, not only in times of disaster, but also in normal times. So I will stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiroki. Wonderful. There is already emerging a common theme, and I was going to share a few words on what IEC is doing in the world for sustainability. So could you put up my slides, please? Okay. Just a quick word on IEC. I think it's one of the oldest international organizations that you must have known. Since 1906, it's been around, doing exactly what it continues to do today. Standards in the area of technology, from electrotechnology, which means electrical, electronic, digital. That's the clear space. But more interestingly on this slide, what I wanted to share was 20% of all global trade directly depends on IEC standards and their acceptance worldwide. 20% when you think of oil, gas, petroleum, which are also part of the 100%. And yet 1/5 of all global trade is dependent on IEC standards. This should give you a measure of why IEC standards are kind of pivotal to good global trade, and thus important to make sure that all the work that we do is sustainable in terms of not only the products and processes, but also the trade it enables. I love to look at this as the wedding cake. 3-tier, it's not my concept. I borrowed it from the Swedish Institute. And interestingly, IEC standards have been touching almost all the tiers of the cake. At the bottom layer, is the planet, what Muthu also mentioned, you know. So planet, people and profit, which over here is represented as the biosphere, the society and the economy. For a really thriving future, all three layers have to work efficiently and thrive. We cannot have that the economy is thriving, but the society and the biosphere are depleting. The reverse is also true, that you cannot have a very thriving planet, but there is no economic activity, and as Kuti also mentioned, how do you address poverty and hunger? So all three layers have to work at the same time. The good thing is that IEC standards are operating in all the three spheres. There are standards which are directly involved with the economy and the economic engine, then with the society and enabling electricity access and clean water, etc., and then biosphere, where pollution, environment, and technologies are also being addressed. I'll not go into the details, but I'll give you a magic pill later on. Of course, working on standards mean that it's not just for one or the other entity, or as the Honorable Secretary was mentioning earlier about the North-South divide, or the developed or the developing economies. It's about bringing everybody together. And so one of the things that the three standardization organizations do between ITU, ISO and IEC is clearly to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. And that is critical to make sure that there is a genuine buy-in into standards. The three organizations are member-driven and member-led. And as a result, making sure that all members' voices are equally heard. Nobody has a higher voice or a lesser voice. I think that is important. That's kind of part of the basic fundamental rules with which the three organizations operate. I will again not go into the acronyms, but just look at the phrases written here. These are 4 different groups or committees within the IEC which are working together right now on terminology and definition. In fact, I've been asking a lot of different people the difference between green, brown, blue, black, hydrogen also. And there are, of course, definitions available, but they vary. So one of the things that IEC brings to the world, and which we've done very well over the last more than 100 years, is to bring clarity in terminology and definitions. And for every standard that we write, one of the first activities we do is actually clarifying terminology and definitions itself. Then, of course, we have groups and committees which are working on material efficiency, and Kuti rightly pointed out, instead of circularity, it is circular economy. And so we have a committee working on circular economy also. Then we have IECQ, which is one of our conformity assessment programs, looking into the green aspects of technologies that are being standardized. Along with this, we have an advisory committee which is advising the standardization board of IEC on what are those key environment technologies. This is the advisory committee on environment aspects, which is actually highlighting from across the world what is it that is critical and urgent which needs to be standardized first, and what can be done subsequently. So there are several committees, and all of these work together, and the good thing is they all come together in the IEC in the way it is structured. I wanted to especially mention affordable clean energy. Almost all of you would have seen the splash in the news that India is now fully electrified. I think full credit to the government of India, which has done an amazing job in electrifying each and every village in this very vast country. But also I want to thank the folks at IEC, because the standard for electrification, for rural electrification, especially for microgrids and nanogrids, was triggered by Bureau of Indian Standards which took the lead at IEC, and last year the standard was also published as an international standard. Now this standard is being used worldwide, including in many African and Asian countries. Thank you. This really needs a round of applause. And this is actually making a big difference. You talk about SDG 1, bringing people out of poverty. I think SDG 7 is a key enabler for SDG 1. Another initiative that IEC has started, and this is the last slide I want to present, is about the Global Impact Fund, where IEC is actually funding projects where there is sustainability at question, where sustainability is being addressed, but the whole funding is based on use and application of IEC standards and conformity assessment schemes. There is a lot more written about all this on the IEC website, and I give the magic pill is I put one slide of a lot of links to a lot of information. We will not discuss this today, but I'm sure the hosts, organizers will circulate this and all the presentations to all of you as a package. Thank you very much for this. Thank you. Now let me get into the rapid fire that I was talking about. So this is what I was really looking forward to. Now, as I was listening to you gentlemen, one of the things that emerged was that you've been all focusing on your entities, the Tatas, the BSI, and the role that ISO is playing, and GMR, and how Japan is buffeted by so many natural disasters. The question I'm facing is, why you? What connects you with sustainability? What does it mean to you personally, individually, deep down? Because at least two of you also mentioned that you have to personalize it, that you have to bring the person into it. So how are you into this? Maybe Kuti?
So it is a personal story, but this is family, so I'm going to share it with them. So this started in 2018, and we in Tata Motors were looking at the accident statistics in India. And of course we knew of it, and we knew that, the rates of people who pass on the Indian roads, we lose about 150,000 lives every year. And if you compare the number of people who are hurt very badly in road accidents, that's quite a much higher number. And then we were also having a look at, the SDGs, and we said, as an automaker, we need to play a positive role. And I was the head of that, I was heading that R&D portion, and I've been an R&D engineer for about 20 years. And we found that we are meeting all the regulations. No car in India can ever get onto the road without meeting regulations. And for many of you who may be aware of this, there is something called a Hayden matrix. The Hayden matrix is a seminal work by Dr. Hayden, who really analyzed the cause of etymological reasons for several things in his medical profession. And he said, a particular cause of an accident, of any incident, is probably multidimensional. And we put together, the causes of accident research, and we said it could be human-induced, it could be vehicle-induced, it could be infrastructure-induced. And there is something that is happening during the crash event. It can be something pre-crash event and post-crash event. So it's a 3x3, it's a 3x3 matrix of 9 elements. And we said, okay, as an automaker, we can play a role. So what can we do for vehicles? And we said, we are meeting the regulations. And that's where the standards, we're looking at standards. And we said, we are meeting the standards. And then we said, okay, but that's not enough. So we said, let's see what the countries across the world do. And we found their standards were far more intense. And then here we were confronted with a very strange challenge, which many of the people who are not in India would not be confronted with, is an affordability question. So we have to also, when we are trying to intervene in a technology space, the technology has to be ready for the population to adopt it. And we said we therefore have to carry the people along with this journey. So you can make the car, a bulldozer, and then you will have nobody buying it. Or you will have a car what it is, and then you will have all the accident that we face. So we had to gradually put in an appropriate amount of technology. In India, we use a word which is called appropriate technology, appropriate for the time, for the space, and for the people and the community. So this is what appropriate technology is all about. And we said we look for a standard which is called the global NCAP regulations. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are in the engineering field, getting to 5-star safety is not ordinary. And thankfully, our Chairman Emeritus, Mr. Ratan Tata, in 1998 had put the first fully integrated crash facility in Tata Motors, far, far ahead. He was a visionary in that sense, as he's always been. And we said, okay, we got all the tools, all the people, all the infrastructure, all the software, and what jigar tha, ki, we have to make a difference for our people in this country. Then we looked at SDG. And then we looked at SDG 11, you're talking about sustainable cities. And we are talking about sustainable cities. And we looked at, how do we actually marry all these together? And we said, we'll really work on the engineering of this car. The good news is we had the first 5-star car in India, the Tata Nexon. And we said that if we can do it for one car, we're going to replicate this for all cars. And since then, the story of safety in Tata Motors passenger cars never stopped. To celebrate this story, I was invited to Washington, D.C. at the World Bank headquarters to something called, there's a conversation that happens every year. It's called the Transformation in Transportation. It's called, I went for TT20. And there, I was representing an Indian company, and I was representing India. And we had world leaders who were listening to the story of this transformation. And in that conversation, sustainable mobility was a small part of the whole sustainability piece. And they were about sustainable roads, sustainable building infrastructure, sustainable way of looking at the green energy, hydrogen, battery, conflict minerals. How do you ensure all of this? And then I realized there, that this has actually opened the floodgates of thinking that we can bring to the Tata Group. And it's just serendipity, that I was named as Chief Sustainability Officer because I came from engineering. And then when we put all this together, we realized sustainability is no more about, wanting to do good, being a good-natured person. It's about science. It's about bringing science and mathematics to bear and to deliver to the people. And if science and mathematics and engineering don't deliver, it has no place. And that's what this transformation is. So it became personal. And because it became personal, it became passionate. And passion, not only for me and for my leadership, it became for us when we started Alingana and the safety story and all that we are doing in the carbon story, water story. I'll deal with that a little later. It became very personal. And I can tell you, Vimalji, that for most of us, whether it's leadership, top floor or shop floor, the passion is palpable. We know that we can make a difference, not only for the planet, not only for the people, but I can also tell you, sustainability is normally seen as cost, difficult to do, something that is about compliance. And 1.5 years and 2 years into this or 3 years into this story, we are saying it's opportunity. You touch anything. There's only opportunity. There's money on the table to be made. And when I talk to you about the renewable story in Tata Motors, you may be surprised that this paradigm is about change. It's about making a difference and making a lot of profit and still preserving the planet. So that's what it is.
Excellent. Very good. So, Peter, any thoughts from you? I also got a clearance from the host and organizers that we could stretch our time till 5:45. So can I stretch it a little more? Because I know there are a lot more questions. Let me know, please. Peter?
I'll just give you some quick sort of personal reflections, why I really feel so strongly about sustainability. And it's from a very personal view. So I'm a geographer by background. I've always been fascinated by the natural world. And as a child, I used to spend probably far too much time walking down a local river with a fishing rod, catching very small fish, but having a whale over time. And I have a small son. I have a 3-year-old son, and I fear that he's not going to have the same opportunities that I had in terms of that interaction with the natural world and the environment. You know, water depletion is a challenge, pollution is a challenge, global warming is a challenge, and I genuinely feel that we're all custodians of the earth. We're all custodians of the planet. We're given that responsibility for a finite time. So we inherit that responsibility from our parents and our grandparents, and it's our responsibility to then use that part that we have to play to then ensure that we pass that natural world on to future generations in a better state that we've inherited it from. And I kind of fear that we're kind of failing at that. And, you know, I think that we've all got a role to play in that. One of the sort of things that makes me really proud is the work that I do at BSI is really interacting with a range of countries around the world to try and encourage and incorporate the dissemination of good practice. A lot of that is around sustainability. So I'm doing my bit by trying to educate and inform about some of the solutions to some of the biggest challenges that are actually going to affect my son's future, but children's futures all around the world. So, you know, from a personal standpoint, that's where I see it.
I couldn't agree more. Muthu, any thoughts? Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, see, with respect to sustainability, I just wanted to put it my organization perspective first. So we from organization perspective, we think that build an institution for perpetuity and create a value for society. That's the meaning of our value. We try to drive it, and wherein sustainability matters to it, because if we wanted to go for building an institution for perpetuity and create value for society without sustainability, we cannot do it. So that is, you know, broadly with respect to group, I wanted to place a mark on it. Second, personally, if you ask me why as a sustainability officer engaged with a company and what is my role into it, I really see it as a very good role. It's a passionate role. Every company requires an officer who can negotiate very well, because sustainability matters to company. Because as we said, as we discussed, there are people, there are profit, there are, you know, planet. So I as a sustainability officer, I try to place my views on every decision making. For any change, will it make benefit to company in terms of economic? Will it create any value to society in terms of people? Will it create any value to environment in terms of conservation of resources? I try to articulate and make my management take a decision in the right way. So that is in terms of my role. In terms of my personal factors to it, I am about 44 now, and I have seen this changes over the years. For first 10 years, I as a children life, we could able to see many friends, network, society around us. Now when we start moving towards now 2023, I'm talking about from 1979 to 2023, there are so much shift in terms of the behavior of an individual or the society as such, or demographic. If you see the area where you played, there is no playground nowadays. The area where you had a water or river, there is not much good quality water or river. The area where you had a forest, there is also getting diminished over the years. The way what we breathe air quality, it is gradually going out. So if you see overall, from my own experience for last 30 years, we are going into a kind of age where reversibility is a big question. So I as a person, I wanted to drive this role of a sustainability officer and wanted to make a change, bring back all the things which we lost because of a change in economic or changing social needs, but without compromising the environmental needs. This is all about my view, sir.
Thank you. Hiroki-san.
Yes, and recalling my childhood memory, 30 to 40 years ago, global warming and greenhouse gas are already known widely, but honestly speaking, the sense of urgency was not so pressing. At that time, the global crisis seems distant future event. But as I'm getting older, the crisis began to feel real in my daily life. Extreme weathers are rapidly increasing, and the flooding and landslides occur frequently. But I'm relatively optimistic because my background is engineering, and I believe the power of science and technology and many possibilities of innovation. So I believe innovation can overcome the future crisis. Japanese government supports innovation for green transformation extensively, and sustainability is one of the most imminent challenges for the Japanese industry. So I want to, I'm one member of Japanese government, so I want to make effort to respond to these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, let me ask you a relatively tougher question, which the Secretary of Commerce actually hinted to during his remarks. There is a kind of a paradox. On one hand, all the developing economies need to develop. For this, bringing greater amount of electricity, energy, road infrastructure, industrialization, mechanization is important and critical to bring everyone up to a certain normal level of well-being. And yet, sometimes this is positioned positioned paradoxically against sustainability. Sometimes I also see debate taking place, not in India, but outside, where it says, well, you know, you have to take care of the pollution. Now, of course, we have to, who can say that we don't have to take care of pollution? But how do you see this paradox between development on one hand, which you cannot stifle? Imagine telling anyone here in the audience that, sorry, from tomorrow we will not give you electricity because there is some pollution outside, you know. Of course, nobody will agree. There would be a revolt. So we have to do some things to make sure that there is development. And yet, how do you see this balancing out? Anyone wants to go with this? Maybe Kuti? This paradox, and where do you see the balance?
So first of all, I don't see a paradox. At least, you know, from, of course, when the Commerce Secretary looks at it, he looks at it in a very, you know, a very India level thing. I'm going to bring down to something which is more industry specific. So India is a very, very lucky country. And all of us who are sitting here are very lucky people. So this is a country which gets almost 300 days of great irradiance and illumination from the sun. 300 days. Our solar efficiency is greater than 18% in most places. We've got a coastline, you know, both onshore and offshore, which has got wind, which is really fantastic. If you really look at the International Energy Commission's report on overnight costs and the costs of renewable energy, India is one of those countries in the world which would probably have the lowest cost of electricity. Now, why I do reference this, you know, while I can theoretically look at some papers and say, indeed, the cost of electricity in India through renewable energy is less, as a practitioner of this, I can also confirm to you that when I'm putting renewable energy capabilities inside my company, I'm seeing the money. I'm really seeing the money, and I'm able to fund many of those things which are probably not cash negative because I'm making the money here. This means that renewable energy, making water renewable. So suppose I'm finding that I'm using a large amount of water which I'm not using renewably, and I'm using renewable energy to manage my water, which now becomes renewable water. There's a great story there. If you walk across different parts of the country, we see heaps of, waste. And the past few years, we are now almost at a point where our waste is almost being brought to zero. Now, how do you bring waste to zero? Through co-processing routes. You know, you send it to the cement industry, use it for some other options. If I take any of these, whether it is the product related, the electrical vehicles that we have launched, and I'm very glad to tell, most of you would know it already, that Tata Motors passenger car and electric vehicles company is the market share leader in India. And our companies are delighted because the cost of their transportation has come down to probably in a few rupees, what they were probably paying in hundreds of rupees. The capital cost is something that we have to still deal with. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, at an industry level, the paradox is there. The developed country question is there. That's why our net zero ambition for the country is 2070. Yeah. Where Europe is talking in terms of 2050. It's another matter that UK has shifted it a couple of years. And I'm sure that the pace at which we are able to move, and you look at what the government is doing, the central government has come with the green credit scheme, the carbon credit scheme, the water neutrality scheme. India is on, actually, it's just running. And if we are able to, in this decade, get all these things together, along with what BIS is trying to do, and we get all these standards in place, I'm sure we'll be able to do some things which is miraculously different. And I keep telling my youngster colleagues, that, all those people in my company who are with black hair are lucky to be part of this transition, because they're going to see the past and they're going to see the future and they are going to lead that and make a difference. So no better time for Indians to be born in this country at this point of time and to lead the transition.
Very well said. Peter, a quick word on this.
Yeah, just a quick word. Obviously, the UK, home to the Industrial Revolution, we've sort of seen experience from our context of actually when you get it wrong. And, if you look at sort of the air pollution that you had in London in the 1960s, 1970s, it was terrible. And, we had to put in place regulatory measures to stop that. I think there's a lot of learnings that can be had from developed countries who have been down this journey. I think the advantage that the developing world has is that it doesn't have a legacy of infrastructure. And that legacy of infrastructure we suffer from, because we have to retrofit rather than building new infrastructure that is fit for the needs now rather than fit for the needs 100, 150 years ago. Technology will play a huge role in transforming this. I think as the costs of renewable energy go down, there'll be a huge benefit for the developing world. But it does mean that there's going to have to be the mobilization of private capital into a lot of these projects around the world. And actually, if you sort of play that back into the standards world, in terms of de-risking those investments, international standards can play a transformational role in doing that. So, I think that mobilization of private sector capital into investable projects in the developing world will build out a more and greater sustainable future.
Thank you, Peter. Muthu, a quick word on this.
So, in my view, we discussed about people, planet, and profit. I can say these are all integrated to each other, and any actions you do on people or planet or profit, it gives a return on investment, and that may be positive or negative. That you have to balance it by means of proper decision making. That is what I wish to call it as sustainable development. It means any actions what you do on this phases of people, profit, or planet, it should have a positive return of investment, which will try to give benefit any of these two categories. Thank you.
Good point. Hiroki?
Yeah, I would like to stress that the environmental sustainability is not in conflict with industrial development. The environmental sustainability and industrial development can go together. Sustainability is not patience. And I want to stress also the importance of innovation, as I said. And by inventing new energy efficient technology and implementing that technology as electrical appliances and replacing old appliances with the new ones, we can enjoy the prosperity and at the same time contribute to achieving the environmental sustainability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say something about standards for a minute. I referenced, the BNK, the Bharat NCAP and the GNCAP. I referenced the GNCAP a little while ago. There's something very interesting. Post all the safety car initiative that we started, the government also took notice of this, and the government was anyway worried about this whole issue, and Mr. Gadkari keeps speaking about this issue of making Indians' roads safer. And the good news is the standards related to the Bharat new car assessment program has now become a standard for all cars, whoever wants to. Actually, it's a voluntary scheme now. So that's a very great set of standards which has been developed in the country, which I think we should all be really proud of. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm looking at our host. Do we have some more time? Can we stretch our luck for another 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. So I'm sorry, we'll have to cut short this session and we'll not be able to take questions from the audience. But the good thing is that all the panelists and I will be available soon after this. So we would be more than happy to engage with you in a free-flowing conversation after this. So to wrap up, I have one last question, and this is just a one-sentence, one-point answer from each of you gentlemen. If you were to have your wish, what would you summarize your message on sustainability and international standards as? One point that you would make. You have an audience which is from IEC, ISO, ITU, and BIS, and all stakeholders in standardization. Be it from your learnings, be it an expectation, anything under the sun. One point.
So I have been an R&D guy all my life. And therefore, I can see the hydrogen paradigm and the electric vehicle paradigm and the electricity grid paradigm, which is actually going to be here for the next 20 years. The standards that we develop in this country for electric vehicles, hydrogen, and the grid is going to touch many, many shores far beyond the shores of India. If we get that right, and so BIS can actually be the torchbearer of this. And if you are able to get this right, there will be many, many generations of world communities which will be thankful for that change.
Get hydrogen standards right.
Hydrogen, electric vehicles, grid electricity, all those standards which are going to make the new paradigm work. Thank you.
Peter?
Two very quick points. I think that the first one, I'd sort of agree with Sergio's comments when he said that don't reinvent the wheel. There are a range of deliverables out there that can support organisations of all size, all sector to meet their sustainability requirements. So, I think it's incumbent on us as the standards world to make those slightly more accessible. But those deliverables exist, so look to those. And then in new areas where there is sort of gaps in the standardization landscape, let's all work together to create global solutions. Bringing together countries and key stakeholder groups within those countries to develop the solutions that can permeate around the world. I think that's where we're going to get to a better place.
Excellent. Muthu?
Yeah. It will be good if we get one sustainability standard from all the standard institutions, because there are so many buzzwords and communications, guidelines and many things. But we from an industry, we see that there is no one standard guideline which is to be followed. It will be good if we have one standard guidelines.
One set of standards.
Yeah.
Very valid point. Hiroki?
Yeah. I remember I learned one sentence at the English lesson when I was first grade junior high school student. The sentence is, do not put off till tomorrow what you can do today.
Excellent. Excellent.
So we should have a sense of speed in this area. Thank you.
Excellent. I think what a lovely remark to conclude this session on. First of all, may I ask you all to give a round of applause to this panel. Great panel, excellent discussion. I would have loved to continue for another 2 hours, but I guess we'll do that over coffee or when we're out of here. But I think what they have also done is summarized the whole session on sustainability and international standards for us. So gentlemen, thanks for making my job easier to conclude. I think we have 4 golden nuggets clearly coming out. 1, get hydrogen, electric vehicle, electric grid standards right. These are pivotal to the emerging future, no doubt about it. Second, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. There is already a set of standards, use those, and wherever there are gaps, collaborate. You were nice and polite, but what you meant was, for heaven's sake, collaborate, come together, do it together, instead of have multiple standards. That was also the point that you made. Get one complete catalog of standards so that the world sees one set of demands, needs for standards and conformity assessment. And finally, and I think that really brings it home for all of us, is the message that Hiroki has given us. Do not put off till tomorrow. Sustainability is about us, is about our children and our grandchildren. I want to bring my personal view to this. Just recently, about 7 months back, I became a grandfather. I still remain a very young grandfather, that's okay. And I have to mention that the way I was able to go and jump into a pond, a lake, or a stream and drink water from the tap so freely, I wish my grandson is also able to do the same. If we can do that, I think we would have delivered genuine value to the world. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thanks to the panelists. Really appreciate your work. Thank you. Back to you, Madhu.
Thank you very much. Moderator, please kindly remain on dais as we have presentation of mementos as a token of appreciation. And for doing the honors, I request our Deputy Director General's BIS, Mr. Sanjay Pant, and Mr. Rajiv Sharma to kindly come to the dais. I request Mr. Sanjay Pant to kindly present the memento to Mr. Vimal Mahendruji. I now request Mr. Rajiv Sharma to kindly present the memento to Mr. Jotin Kutti Sastavavan. I now request Mr. Sanjay Pant to present the memento to Mr. Peter Seasons. I request Mr. Rajiv Sharma to present the memento to Dr. Muthu Krishnan M. I now request Mr. Sanjay Pant to kindly present the memento to Mr. Hiroki Oima. Esteemed panelists and moderator as well as DDGs, I request all of you to come together for a group photo. Yes. I also request DDG Mr. Chandan Bahelji to kindly and DG BIS Mr. Prabodh Kumar Tiwari to kindly come to the dais for the group photo. I also request DDG Mr. Pasrija to kindly come to the dais, DDG Mr. P. Rajesh to come to the dais, as well as Madam Chitra Gupta, Madam. Nishat, as well as Nishat, Madam, please come to the dais for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again request you for a resounding round of applause to our esteemed moderator and the speakers for the session. Thank you all for your invaluable insights, making this session truly enlightening as anticipated. We believe the audience shares the same sentiment. I would now like to invite Director BIS, Mr. Pinaki Gupta, for making some important announcements.
Good evening, all. Sorry to hold you for a minute, for getting delayed by tea. Tomorrow, this is a special security announcement. Tomorrow, there would be no vehicle allowed inside Bharat Mandapam. Further, people who are going to come, the delegates in particular, who are going to come by any car, taxi, cab, they are requested to park their vehicle in Bhairav Marg parking. There would be a registration desk. In case someone is yet left for registration, I would request to please register yourself and enter from there. Shuttle service has been arranged at gate number 1 and they will drop you at L1 East Plaza. People who are already registered, the delegates, I would request, please carry your bags, the badges which has been issued today, and a government ID card for reference purpose. No one shall carry laptop, electronic car key, any sharp objects or bags. There would be a separate instruction issued for BIS officials. Thank you.
As you know, there is a cultural event and gala dinner also arranged for you. Before that, I would request all of you to proceed to hall number 14, where the refreshment is being served. The volunteers of the organizing team are there to guide you to the hall number 14. All panelists and international participants are requested to meeting room number 15. Meeting room number 15 is on level 1.
You have to come back.